All of our members are present except for Commissioner Daniel, who will be here in 3 minutes. All legal notices have been posted and the court is duly called. Is there a motion to close the August term?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Is there a motion to open the September term?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Available, please open court.
All rise. The Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the September 2021 term. The Honorable Clay Lewis Jenkins presiding. Please remain standing for the invocation.
And our invocation today will be given by a guest of Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. The invocation will be given by Pastor Luis Salazar from the Lighthouse Church in Dallas. Pastor Luis has been in ministry for over 18 years. He's a graduate of Master's Commission and is an ordained minister with the Assemblies of God. He began serving the Lighthouse in October 2012 as the youth pastor and then transitioned to the role of family pastor. He has a strong desire to see all cultures and generations serve the Lord. He also has a passion for evangelism and believes in the power of community involvement. He and his wife, Leanne, live in Duncanville, Texas, and have 2 daughters, Lila and Lacey. He works with an incredible team of dedicated people at the Lighthouse Church, and I want to personally thank the Lighthouse Church for all their involvement helping Dallas County in the recent vaccination efforts. Thank you, Pastor Luis Salazar, for joining us this morning. We really appreciate your help.
Amen. Thank you so much for having me. Commissioner Dr. ELBA Garcia, thank you for having me and the rest of the court today. What a blessing it is for the Lighthouse Church to be part of this community for 81 years. Amen. If you would allow me just to pray over you all, and you take a moment just to close your eyes and bow your head as we pray. Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus. 1 Peter 2, 1 through 2 says that you urge us that all petitions and prayers and intercession and thanksgiving be made for all people. But Lord, you specifically say for kings and those in authority. And Lord, as we come today also in 1 Peter 2:17 says to respect everyone and love the family of believers, to fear God and to honor those in authority. We do that today. We lift up this commissioner's court. We thank you for every person that is serving. God, they have given their dedication, their energy, their time, their efforts to serve our community. And we are grateful for that. We pray today, Proverbs 2, 1 through 8 over them, that says for all of us to turn our ears toward wisdom and understanding. As wisdom and understanding cry out, I pray that we would all, especially this court, you would help us to seek that understanding. We thank you that understanding and wisdom and knowledge can be found in the fear of the Lord. And Lord, may we always remember that you are with us. We pray today your peace upon not just these that serve, but also their families, staff members, and other relationships, and all the business that they do today. God, may they do with all godliness and courage and love. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you.
Did somebody turn off the chillers since yesterday? Because I was here yesterday. It's hotter today than it was yesterday. So did they turn the chillers off or what?
Our agenda calls for a public hearing at 9 a.m. for the county, everyone can be seated, for the county and district clerk's archive fee plan for 2022 fiscal year. Dr. Watkins, can you take us through?
Judge, before Dr. Watkins can do it, I got a motion to open the public hearing for the county and district clerk archive fee plans for FY 2022. That's a motion.
So, second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Go ahead, Ron.
Okay.
The mic is not on, Doctor.
Okay, this is the required public hearing for the county clerk and district clerk archive fees as part of the annual budgeting process for the preservation and restoration services performed throughout the year.
Okay, you want to say anything else?
So the most recent balance that's in the county clerk's archive fees, 11 million, and district clerk's 1.6 million. There wasn't a lot of differences. The only noted difference from FY21 for county clerk was, as required by law, the county purchasing department issued a new request RFP to begin in 2001. The contract was awarded on May 18, 2021. There were a few differences in the different district clerks' previous plan. There is no intention to digitize leather volumes from the 1960s and the binders from the 1970s at this time, and that'll be all.
Doctor, with regards to carryover, this versus last year in expenditures, you find that the clerks appropriately utilize those fees in a way that's in the best interest of the taxpayers of Dallas County?
Yes, sir. Due to COVID, we didn't do as much as probably planned for the county clerk or the district clerk for COVID-19, so the plan moving forward.
How much was the difference based on what happened last year?
I don't have a number. As far as the balance,
Yeah.
I don't have the number for last year in front of me, but it was a little lower. But I don't want to give you a number that's not accurate.
Okay.
But I can get it for you.
Okay, so you said the county clerk is $1 million?
11 million in the district clerk archive fees.
Right,
There's
okay.
several, but this is just their archive fee escrow balance.
11 million?
Yes, sir. In the district clerk's approximately about 1.6.
Yeah, district clerks has always been small. Well, I think last year, before one, I was talking in there, I think it was about 10 million. I just find it interesting that with all we have to do, we're carrying those kind of balances in those fee plans. That's, for me, that's just unacceptable. $11 million is sitting there. And so.
Well, that's part of the plan that he has for the next year to utilize the funds.
Well, yeah, that sounds good about next year, but I'm just saying, how, is there any opportunity? Because we have not gone forward with the county budget yet. Is there any opportunity in the county budget to do any offsets?
We can definitely look at it and, yes, sir.
Okay. That's what
We
need to
will
look.
do that and make some recommendations to this court for
Yeah.
the utilization of some of those funds to
Mr. Mark?
offset the Dallas County budget.
Mr. Martin, I brought this up last year.
You did.
I did, and we're not going to continue to sit here, and we got $11 million sitting,
Yes, sir.
and then you're asking us for some more appropriation? Are you kidding me? So I want to see a plan of offsets that are permissible by the fee.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I think it just makes sense. I mean, we all support, obviously, the plan. We all know we have to keep those records. We all know it's important. We all know we went through a pandemic. They were out of a lot of employees. But I think Commissioner Price is right on. We're still in this pandemic. This is probably going to be, another issue. We don't want to be here next year saying the same thing.
But then couldn't there be due to the emergency situation that we are in, if there would be a crisis, because I can't imagine that this is the only line item that has reserve funds
But-
within the structure of it.
No,
These are
I-
a little different because these funds are year over year.
Exactly.
These funds are pretty static. And, to Commissioner's points, he's correct in saying that, there has to be some utilization of these funds because they just sit year over year. I mean, I think if you go back and look over the last few years, it averaged $11 to $12 million.
Exactly, and that was
Every
I
year.
said the same thing last year, and that's what I'm saying. We get here, and here we are, and when I talk to Dr. Watkins, we don't have the county budget yet, in terms of a line item, and I've asked for what departments are requesting. But if there are some offset possibilities, then what do we do?
So we
Dr.
definitely
Watkins?
we would explore that and circle back with the Budget Committee as options. So you'll get this week, we worked over the weekend, the position list, and then we'll go back and look at that budget detail and discuss with county clerk
Okay.
and the district
Dr.
clerk.
Watkins, do you have a column on your budget that says these are the reserve funds on a variety of lines?
So I
that
have
if-
an escrow
if the need
report.
should arise,
So I
that
do
you would
have
know
by,
where those funds are.
so
But all of the needs in the world can arise for the emergency. You can only use those fees
For
under
certain
law,
things.
under law for certain offsets.
Yes.
All I'm saying is
It's specific.
find the offsets.
yes, it would have to fall within the eligibility criteria.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I
Commissioners.
don't want to break the law on this, but.
Commissioner, just so you know, I've been talking to Mr. Warren about this, and there's a court called KOCH that y'all are paying for. The equipment and operation going forward, Mr. Warren has agreed that the county clerk is going to pay for that from this fund. In addition to that, SB 41 was passed this year that does some reallocation and shifting of control of those funds to the Commissioner's Court. I'm working with Mr. Reed and Mr. Warren and the committee to do a comprehensive analysis of what SB 41 does with these management fees, which will be brought back to you. I know Mr. Warren is in Austin today, had a clerk seminar to talk about these fees, but SB 41 does create some shifting in terms of control of these fees to the Commissioner's Court. And we're in the process of analyzing the full meaning of that bill.
For both of them, or just the county clerk?
Our understanding is for both.
For both, okay,
Yes.
okay. Yeah,
So, okay.
and, you know, not as far as the district clerk, but it's pretty de minimis. I mean, you know, they got $1 million. And they used, I think last year they had, then they had about $1 million.
Yes.
I mean, they don't ever have those. It's the county clerk that has those, you know,
Yes.
The 11.
substantial fees.
And they're in the agenda today to
Yeah.
move forward, so
No, I
that's good.
understand. Okay, thank you, Doctor. That's all I have, Judge, for
And
her.
based on Dr. Daniels' request, we do get a report that outlines the balance in each one of those funds, and I can share that with you.
Okay.
Because if the need should arise, I know that you look through the whole budget to see where there might be funds that are dedicated but may not be used until maybe sometime in the future, keeping in mind, obviously, that some funds are dedicated and can only be spent for certain items, but I also know, too, that you can, you'll at least know where the money's lying.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right, now is the time where we call for our public speakers. I'll call for them 3 times. Are there any public speakers on the county and district clerk archive fee plan for FY 2022? Are there any public speakers? Are there any public speakers? Is there
Judge, I make a
to close?
motion that the public hearing on the county and district clerk archive plan fee for 2022 be closed.
Second,
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. This takes us to our resolutions, and Commissioner Koch has the first 2 resolutions.
Thank you. And we have a contingency for Metrocrest Services. And we're here to celebrate their 50th anniversary here. So, whereas Metrocrest Services is celebrating 50 years of serving clients with unwavering support to the most vulnerable in our community by providing encouragement, hope, and a path to independence delivered with dignity and respect. And whereas in 1971, Truth House was established in Farmers Branch as a volunteer-based effort to serve teenagers at risk of drug involvement. In 1977, Truth House merged with Carrollton Community Chest and secured an affiliation with the United Way to become Northwest Dallas County Service Center. This organization was chartered to provide information and referral services, professional counseling, and emergency assistance. And whereas in 1978, the organization added services for senior adults and formed the Office on Aging. The office was able to grow to a point where it's separated from Northwest Dallas County Service Center to operate as an independent agency. And whereas in 1984, Northwest Dallas County Service Center officially changed its name to Metrocrest Service Center, Inc. Since 1990, the organization's focus has been to provide comprehensive services to families to move toward self-sufficiency and avoid homelessness by offering an array of services, including the Employment Assistance Program, professional counseling, and a food pantry, an excellent food pantry. And whereas the Office on Aging changed its name to Senior Adult Services and continued to serve senior adults in Addison, Carrollton, Coppell, and Farmers Branch. In 2013, Senior Adult Services and Metrocrest Social Services came together again to merge their operations, and they officially became known as Metrocrest Services in 2014. And whereas Metrocrest Services is dedicated to providing individuals, families, and seniors with programs that lead to self-sufficiency and that foster independence. It is the only agency providing a comprehensive approach to social services in the Metrocrest area, addressing gaps in finances, employment, and nutrition to help end poverty and decrease inequities. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court recognizes Metrocrest Services' tremendous work of connecting our community in a network of support, enabling our business and citizens alike to help one another, and encourages all citizens to support the role of Metrocrest Services in Dallas County and to celebrate the organization's many contributions to the community for the past 50 years and in perpetuity. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I don't know, I think we have a couple folks here to speak, and we have just a lot of thank you. Thank you for all that you've done. I mean, the building that you're in right now and the new plans for the new building, it's all amazing, it's all great work, and it's God's work, so thank you so much.
Well, we appreciate it. Thank you very much for your kind words. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners Court, specifically Commissioner KOCH, for having us here this morning. Metrocrest Services, as you mentioned, has served the community for 50 years, specifically in Dallas County. We've been able to help families avoid eviction, keep food on their tables, as well as help them find jobs and make sure they have the financial training to be self-sufficient. Just this year, we've helped over 20,000 Dallas County residents. That includes 16,000 people with our food pantry with over 25,000 visits and over 1,000 families with over $1 million worth of direct aid for eviction prevention. We couldn't do this without our amazing staff and our volunteers who have really worked tirelessly through this pandemic. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here this morning, but also just to say our heartful, grateful thank you for your leadership and your committee to helping our neighbors in need. We see that the discussions and that the commitment y'all have around helping our neighbors, the most vulnerable in our community, really impact how we can help them day to day, and we truly appreciate that partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sure. You wanna come on?
Do you want to do a quick? Yeah, we can do a quick.
I just wanted to say thank you also to Metrocrest because of what they do for the county as a whole is just heartwarming, it's needed, and appreciated.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Tracy couldn't be here today, so I guess you can sure.
Sorry, guys.
Thank you very much.
All right, Commissioner Koch has the second resolution as well.
And this is a quick one, but a truly important one. This is regarding expedited death certificates for religious purposes. So, the brief portion, because there's not a whole lot to it. Be it resolved in order that Dallas County Commissioners Court hereby adopts the application of Section 193-0025 of the Texas Health and Safety Code to the Dallas County Office of the Medical Examiner. And I so move.
Second.
All those,
Let me just ask you, Commissioner, have you had a chance to run it by a doctor? Are there any process issues? Run it by Dr. Bernard, I'm sorry.
Yes, we spoke at length with both our state folks, and we have our state partner here represented by Representative Turner, but we spoke with the medical examiner's office, and they are already basically doing this.
They're already.
They're already basically doing this. So, and for those of you that don't know kind of, what this is about, in a number of faiths, the tradition is to bury your loved one before the next sundown. To do that, in most instances, you need an expedited death certificate. In many places in the country, that's, sometimes very difficult to manage. Because we're a larger county, we've been able to manage this in the past and well serve our Jewish, our Muslim communities and other faiths that have the same requirement. By putting this into statute, it keeps us accountable for the long term. This is something we already do, but at least this way now, when budgeting and going forward, we necessarily have this statutory obligation that we can't slack on. And shows our continued support for those communities that need sometimes additional help in order to meet the dictates of their faith.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we checked it.
And by the way, before we vote on this, quick comment, Representative Turner, thank you for your leadership on this. If you want to say anything, come on up and say something. We appreciate you shepherding this bill through. It is very important for so many of our citizens.
Well, thank you, Judge Jenkins, and thank you, Commissioners. I'll just be real brief. John Turner, State Representative for District 114, and it was my privilege to author the legislation that was just referenced by Commissioner KOCH. And it's about 2 years ago that some constituents in my district came to me and explained this issue, just as it's been explained by Commissioner KOCH, about the fact that sometimes there were these delays in having a death certificate issued, and that posed problems and conflicts for those that have a religious admonition to try to seek burial as soon as possible and to get the death certificate completed as soon as possible. And so that requires two partners, really, the county as well as the state. And so what we're able to do with the bill that passed this session is to address that issue from the standpoint of the state and make sure that the state is issuing the death certificate promptly if it is requested under these circumstances. And so I appreciate that the Dallas County already does its part, as you've explained, Commissioner. What we're doing now is making this something statewide for any county that opts into this. In order to get things passed, sometimes we had to make sure we made it an opt-in and not a mandate on all 254 counties. But the larger urban counties especially, this is an important issue, and I'm glad we were able to pass this bill this last legislative session.
Well, Representative Turner, let me ask you, and I thank you for that, because Seventh-day Adventists also deal with this issue. But I guess my concern is, why is it an opt-in?
Well, I'll just be very practical about that, Commissioner. In order to get the legislation passed, it was necessary to basically say it's not a mandate that's going to apply to every single county in Texas, but a county will opt in by passing a resolution just like the one that is up before you today. And so that is that enabled us to get the legislation passed. And I think it's something that I hope will be widely adopted, especially among those counties that have communities, especially religious communities, that have this admonition. And as we learned, it's multiple different religious faiths that have this tradition. And so we think it's a good thing for the state. And I just want to say a word of thanks, in particular, to a few people. Rabbi Aryeh Feigenbaum of the congregation Or HaTorah. We worked closely with him and with members of his congregation who brought this issue to our attention here in North Dallas. And also to Aaron Sater, who works in Commissioner Koch's office. He was a very good partner for our office in this and helped to organize testimony. We had people come down to Austin to testify about this issue and was very on top of all the bureaucratic details that needed to be addressed, and was really an important contributor to this. And I want to thank them and members of that congregation, and thank you all for considering this morning.
Well, Representative, we also want to thank you for your service and for being here. I mean, obviously, this is a resolution that is a no-brainer. It makes sense. However, as you well know, I mean, we in Dallas County struggle for money and funds all the time. And during this pandemic, I'm not going to tell you how many people call our offices asking specifically if we could do something to accelerate some of these death certificates. So, I mean, I want to support it, but I hope that you can go back to Austin and fight for us to get more money. And so I always ask my colleagues in the legislature. Just get us more money. Don't give us any unfunded mandates, and don't ask us to do more than what you're willing to pay for, so.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that, and I absolutely will do my best, and I agree with that 100%. And good news is we were able to work out this legislation where there's no fiscal impact to anybody as well, and that was another, I think, important piece of getting this done.
Yeah, well, like Commissioner Garcia, our calls is not specifically from a religious standpoint. Ours has basically been about COVID, and it is what it is in terms of processing and how they're having to work with the tremendous challenges that are before them, both for staff as well as understanding what's happening with the community. So,
Absolutely. Appreciate that, Commissioner, and I appreciate all the service of those in Dallas County that are involved in these issues in this difficult time.
thank you.
I would just like to make one last comment, kind of following up on what my colleagues have said too, and that is that even in times of great challenge, which we are going through right now, not only in the legislative session, but in our budgets here, but the recognition that in the end, all of us represent people, families, and that paying attention to the real life needs of people, I think, is what keeps us connected to, why do we do any of this stuff? But it's for that goal. And so thank you very much, because I know in watching your career in the House that you have definitely paid very close attention to that also.
Yeah, but
Thank you, Commissioner.
I do want to take this opportunity to put on the record. We have a premier medical examiner's office. That's number one. Extremely compassionate. And we always get telephone calls. In fact, I got one this weekend. I know you got it with regards to sometimes families in the emotionalism don't understand process. And if in fact there is a possible criminal proceeding, the family doesn't care. All they know is they want to see the decedent, they want to see the loved one, etc. And so I just want to take this opportunity to applaud our medical examiner's office, his compassion. And I'm sure my other colleagues get it as well. But when anything happens in my district with regards to a possible constituent, whether it's a decedent or even a, quote, funeral home, I get the telephone call. So I can be prepared when it comes to weight. But he has a great process. He is compassionate. He is balanced. And at the end of the day, he's the one that is statutorily charged. So I want to put that on the record.
And that is appreciated, Commissioner. I absolutely agree. And by the way, the medical examiner's office was a big part of being able to work out the details of this, and we appreciate that too.
Thank you.
On a final note, Representative Turner, I want to thank you personally and on behalf of Dallas County and everyone who lives here for your service in the legislature. Representative Turner is not running for re-election, and you serve with great distinction. You worked very hard. You were a master of the issues, particularly education funding in the last session. And it as my colleague Dr. Daniel pointed out, it is tough times, and it's been a lot of time away from your family this year with all these special sessions, and you've still got redistricting and who knows what else to go. So thank you for your sacrifice and your service for your fellow residents here in Dallas County and for Texas.
Well, really appreciate those words, Judge. Thank you. And I thank each of you for your service here as well in this difficult time we're all in, and of course being able to do little things here and there that help people, such as this resolution does. That makes it worthwhile. But I appreciate what you all do, and thank you for saying that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Before we go to Dr. Garcia for our next two resolutions, it dawned on me that I have not asked our bailiff to read the rules of decorum for our public speakers. So come on down. We do that normally before our first public speaker. So come on down and knock that out for us.
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. Any and all applause is to be kept brief in observance of time constraints. Disruptors, visitors, and/or registered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the State of Texas Penal Code, Sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and the maximum discussion on any one topic is limited to 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Garcia has our next two resolutions.
Thank you, Judge, colleagues, members of the audience. And the next resolution is for the LGBTQ Business Month. And it reads as follows. Whereas the North Texas Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender Chamber of Commerce, under the guidance of its board of directors, works to create and expand business opportunities in the LGBTQ community. And whereas the Chamber has been a vital partner in the county's effort to make North Texas a more equitable and inclusive region. And whereas the county fosters an inclusive business community that promotes diversity, equity, and economic vitality. And whereas the combined buying power of the LGBTQ population in the Dallas County area is more than $6.8 billion. And whereas the number of LGBTQ-owned businesses in the county is greater than 12,000, with a gross output on an excess of $4.6 billion. And whereas the Chamber has worked to achieve equality through business for more than 15 years. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby proclaim September 2021 as LGBTQ Business Month in Dallas County and extends our recognition and our sincere appreciation to the North Texas Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Chamber of Commerce for all the contributions to Dallas County, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Present, not voting.
All those in favor, signify by, already, sorry. And I'll vote aye, so that's,
Okay, thank you. And I think we have Mr. Gary Sanchez, Board Chair, the North Texas LGBTQ Chamber of Commerce with us. I don't know if he's in the queue, or Mr. Tony Vera.
Good morning, Dallas County Commissioners. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
All right, Judge Jenkins, Dr. Garcia, and County Commissioners. I'm Gary Sanchez. I'm the Board Chair for the North Texas LGBT Chamber of Commerce. And I'll just keep this brief. I just wanted to tune in and thank you for the proclamation for proclaiming September as LGBTQ Business Month in Dallas County. And it's support like yours that makes Dallas County a wonderful place to live, work, and visit. So thank you for the proclamation. And while I have the floor, thank you so much to each of you for your continuous service, most especially during these trying and challenging times. We truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. And I believe the Chamber is going to have an event coming soon?
Yes, so we do have an award ceremony. It was supposed to occur in person in September. We have shifted that to a virtual setting in November 5th, and it will be our awards event where we honor LGBT-owned businesses and community allies. And so tune in for that. We'll be sharing information with each of you on that.
Thank you so much, and I look forward to continue working with you and the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
thank you.
And the next resolution is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and it's going to be received by Tom Husley, and it reads as follows. Whereas prostate cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death among American men, and it is the most commonly diagnosed in American men, only behind skin cancer, and the second leading cause of cancer death in men behind lung cancer, affecting 1 out of 8 men during their lifetime. And whereas Prostate Cancer Awareness Month is held each year in September in the United States, not only is this an important opportunity for public awareness about the prevalence of prostate cancer, but it also offers support to those who need it the most. It is a time to honor all of those affected, promote education and early screening, and drive fundraising for research. And whereas most people know someone affected by prostate cancer in some way, it constitutes 20% of all male cancer diagnoses and 10% of all male cancer deaths. Men of African ancestry are the highest risk, followed by men with family history of prostate cancer, firefighters, and men exposed to Agent Orange. And whereas a major priority is to eliminate the racial disparities in prostate cancer, Black men are 1.8 times more likely to get the disease and 2.2 times more likely to die from the disease than white men. Another high-risk group is veterans, 1 in 5. To put all these numbers in perspective, 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer in their lifetime. These health equity issues include unequal access to care, lack of representation in medical research, unaddressed cultural barriers, and more. And whereas this year approximately 248,530 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in the United States, that 1 man every 2.1 minutes, and roughly 34,130 will die this year from the disease, which is 1 man every 15 minutes. And whereas in Texas, an estimated 14,200 new prostate cancer cases and an estimated 2,180 deaths will occur in 2021. And whereas prostate cancer not only affects men, but it also affects their family and friends, so education regarding prostate cancer and the early detection strategies are critical to saving lives, preserving and protecting our families. Finding prostate cancer when it's still at an early stage offers the best hope for living cancer-free for a long time. And whereas all men are at risk of prostate cancer, therefore the citizens of Dallas County are highly encouraged to increase their personal awareness of prostate cancer and of the importance of doing early screening. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby proclaim September 2021 as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month in Dallas County, honoring those who have suffered and are suffering with this disease, recognizing the support of friends, family, and medical staff, and promoting education and fundraising for research. And I so move.
I'll second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Dr. Garcia, with Parkland coming down here today, and you heard me the last time, I think, just with their operational procedures, I think they finally veered over into getting the instrumentation that was what I'm considering to be modern and updated. The issue you talked about with African-American men, 1.8 times, we've known all of that, and we continue to hear all of this. I guess what always bothers me with these resolutions, and again, we'll get a chance to talk to Parkland today, but when I look at their CHNA, and they still say that people who live north of 30 live 23 years longer than people who live south of 30, and it's still about food deserts, all the disparity. We keep hearing it, but I don't see in the CHNA, and we're going to talk about it this morning, a real target for addressing the issue and talking about metrics for eliminating. We talk about education, and I think we said, well, personal responsibility. Yeah, but access to health care is a challenge still. I appreciate the new Redbird clinic that's going up. I appreciate UT Southwestern for the first time making a substantial footprint south of 30. But at the end of the day, it's still an access issue. And I think Dr. King talked about the inequity in healthcare was the most disparaging inequity in all of civil rights. No access. And so I appreciate the resolution, always the reminder as someone who went through a recent.
And I think Tom Husley is on the queue.
Is he?
Yes, Tom can. And while you working on that, I think Commissioner Price is right on target about this. I mean, it's access, is the opportunity, and also the education. I think that is important for these resolutions, Commissioner Price. It's like everything else. You know, it's a reminder. It's a reminder that we have an issue, that we have to take care of it. And of course, CHNA has brought to the table what we didn't have 15 years ago. And so now we can direct those resources, we can direct that education to the areas that need it the most. And I want to thank you, Tom, for everything you do, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia, and thank you, Commissioners Court, and I appreciate the comments that have made thus far. But I am Tom Hulsey, and I live here in Dallas, and I'm here on behalf of the North Texas Prostate Cancer Coalition, and it's really an honor to be here today, though virtually, in your presence. This proclamation is very personal for me. I heard the words that you never want to hear from your doctor on my birthday, no less, in 2015, that I had prostate cancer. And for me, it was very, like I said, it was very personal because I had just witnessed my best friend lose his life to prostate cancer. It was a 4-year battle, and it was absolutely gut-wrenching. But early detection in the PSA test actually saved my life, and that's what this proclamation is all about, is this awareness. But the PSA is a simple blood test, and simply put, it saves lives. The widow of my friend who lost his life will tell you that he skipped a year getting his PSA checked, and that's what ultimately killed him. And right now, I am mentoring a man who skipped getting his PSA test last year due to COVID, and now he's in it. His prognosis is not very good. Unfortunately, and according to the American Cancer Society, while other cancers are declining in diagnosis and death rates, prostate cancer has been reaching historic highs. A man is dying every 15 minutes from this dreaded disease. But the purpose of this proclamation is to use this opportunity to create awareness about this silent killer for the citizens of Dallas County. And September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and my hope is that Dallas County will make this information available to the public. And a great resource for prostate cancer is the North Texas Prostate Cancer Coalition website. Bottom line is our message to men is to get screened, and for women to have the men in your lives get screened. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for the privilege of your time, and thank you for the opportunity to help raise awareness for this major health issue.
But Tom, let me just tell you about the distribution of health inequity. While the PSAs may reveal that there's something amiss, and procedures in some of our communities with some of our physicians may be not as advanced and they may do the procedure. But then they come back and says, everything is okay. And then they hand you off to another physician who says, well, that procedure is a little bit arcane. It's like punching the apple, and you know what I mean.
Yep.
And so you've gone through all of that, you've gone through all the insurance, you've done all of that in our community. Now, because the MRIs and all that they would much rather use to detect it is not available to a number of communities. There is an inequity in terms of health and access in certain communities.
And for me, Commissioner Price, for me, that is one of the initiatives. Several of the organizations I am working with right now is to reduce that racial inequity and all. For example, clinical trials right now are for new treatments for prostate cancer are very much skewed toward Caucasian men, and we're working on getting more African American men involved engaged in the clinical trial process. But I totally understand what you're saying, though, about that gap, and even a gap between when you're diagnosed with prostate cancer and the actual treatment. There's a gap there, and it's part of it is racial. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thanks for
Thank you,
sharing
Tom.
your story.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioners Court. Dr. Garcia.
Thank you, and thanks for sharing your story, and prayers up for you.
Thank you.
All right, our last resolution is from Commissioner Daniel.
Thank you very much. This resolution of Women's Equality Day was read at the last Commissioners Court. And I think at this point, all we have to do is affirm,
Ratify.
vote and sign the resolution.
Yeah.
So I would just like to very quickly say, Women's Equality Day, recognizing the 102nd anniversary of the passage of the 19th Amendment in 1920, and that the date is August the 26th. It's been an interesting year to recognize some of these dates because we cannot celebrate it in customary ways, but that does not lessen the recognition of the significance of the event. So I will just, I guess, move that this be accepted.
And I second, and I just want to say, Commissioner, that you are right. After 102 years, I mean, we're still fighting for many, many rights for women. Equity and opportunity, and more important, to be able to, make our own decisions, which is something that's still on the table, and I still don't know why.
I just realized it's 101 year.
Yeah.
Not 102, 101 years. since it was
101.
1920.
Yep.
Yep.
So I'll second, Judge, and the fight will continue.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. This now calls for our presentations, and our first presentation today will be from Dallas County Health and Human Services.
Good morning.
Good morning, Doctor.
So provide another update. We are still in the red high risk of transmission level for our community. You'll see some of the numbers here as, again, the available ICU beds in our area. It was, as of yesterday, I think 17 for Dallas County. Also, that number has been very low for pediatric ICU beds. I think there were 2 available yesterday. for Trauma Service Area E. For suspected and confirmed ER visits in the prior 24 hours, you can see some slowing down in the rate of increase that we have been seeing. We're hoping that that will continue, but it's still at some, you can see record highs from any time throughout the pandemic. But we're hoping that we're starting to see some slowdown in that and some of the other indicators. This is the confirmed admissions in the prior 24 hours. Again, you can see some plateauing, hopefully, with that. But we'll see also any impact from the latest Labor Day weekend activities. Number of confirmed inpatients. Again, we've been hovering around close to 1,000 in Dallas County. This is hopefully slowing down the rate of increase, but still significant numbers. And the trailing indicator regarding deaths, we saw some recent increases in that. That is a indicator that takes a little more lag time for all of that data to catch up. But you can see that again, we hope that that slows down also. When we look at the vaccination data, currently we're about, for those eligible population, those 12 and older, in Dallas County, we're at about 69% have received at least one dose. Total for the state, you can see we're approaching 29.5 million doses administered, about 16.7 million persons vaccinated. For Dallas County, the actual vaccination sort of trends and total doses administered in Dallas County, about 2.67 million. You can see that, a couple weeks ago, we were starting to get another increase back in our vaccinations, but that has slowed down. This is the number of total vaccinations. A lot of the numbers we've been reporting have also been the number of first vaccinations. So we got up to a peak of about 35,000 per week of the first doses. Last number that we've had for the last week, I think, was more around 23,000. So again, unfortunately, that has declined most recently in number of first doses.
But that is up from 1,500 or 15,000 average a week in July.
Right.
So we're still above, but gliding back down.
Yeah, it went from like 15,000, 25,000, 35,000, and now it's back down to 23,000. This shows, again, number of people vaccinated and persons fully vaccinated in Dallas County. So about 1.25 million fully vaccinated, leaving about 1.4 million that are not fully vaccinated yet, and about 1.15 million that have not received at least even one dose.
Doctor, with regards, and every time we look at this, and I'll comment a lot more when Parkland comes in. I don't think when you talk about the lion's share of where these people are being vaccinated, the call out and the cost associated versus what's happening in pop-up clinics is we're not able to follow that with regards to this. And where I'm going is this weekend, I happened to pop up at a festival, this jazz festival. And the only reason I was there, because I understood we had a vaccination site. I don't know if it was us, it may have been someone else. Nobody, whether it was the Latinx, Juneteenth, or the jazz festival, when people are out for a good time, they don't want to get vaccinated. And I'm not going to tell you what else I observed, but they don't want to get vaccinated. And we're expending a lot of resources and time. At first, I know at the Latinx deal, there was about 15 individuals. I'm talking about shooters, registers, et cetera. You didn't do 15 shots. When it was at the Jazz Fest this weekend, you're lucky if you did 10. The Juneteenth wasn't any better. And so I guess I'm asking, how are we managing? You did publish the 100 most unvaccinated zip code. But when people are out, quote, supposedly enjoying themselves, they don't give a bad rat's about getting the vaccine. And so I'm just wondering, how much are we expending with those kind of venues?
Sure.
And there was a 2-day deal this weekend.
I mean, it's, from the start, we've mentioned, there are some things that you can put a lot of effort and you can only get a handful of people who actually take up the vaccine, and that's what we've been trying to, but every shot in an arm is a good thing. We're trying to go to, where people are. That's why we've continued the pop-up vaccination sites at Fair Park, because we consistently get close to 500 every time we stand it up, which is a good number now. It's not 12,000, but it's 500, which is good. We're trying to do and partner, with the community events and community partners when they go out and publicize it. As your event out at Mount Rose was very good.
240 though. 240, not 5, not 10.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
240.
And so we try to get that, engagement, bringing all the publicity, getting all the community sort of noise. We've been, looking and focusing on those census blocks that have the highest unvaccinated rates, and we've been doing block walking and using that also to promote some of these community events around there in the FQHCs that are offering it. We still continue to get, there are the ongoing presence every day in the grocery stores, in the drug stores, at the FQHCs, at these sites. So it's all a combination, and it's every shot in an arm is a good thing, and again, we want to make the most of each site that we stand up.
But
also.
doctor, I understand. Look, when we target events where we're saying we're going to do that, that's fine. But when people are out, and I want somebody to show me an event. I heard you the last time you presented before this court to say you were going to be at, quote, the fair, in and around, Big Tex or something. People don't give a.
That's going to be the interesting thing. I agree with what you're saying. The challenge and the hope of the fair is, Mitch Gleber was telling me this the other day, they expect 100,000 people a day at the fair. And some of those people are repeaters, but a lot of them are new people each day.
Okay.
And so at Latinx, at Juneteenth, at
Jazz Festival,
let's say we got 5,000 people, 2,000 people.
No, you didn't get it out of those
No,
three.
I'm talking about the total population who decided to go to a jazz festival. Would that be 2,000 people, 500 people?
Yeah, but my point is when you don't get but 3 or 4.
So if you have 500 people there and you get 3 or 4, and you have 100,000 rotating every day at this thing, the hope is that with this very small footprint of vaccine and with the enticement of some fair tickets, maybe you'll get some votes. And it'll be something to see, because I agree with you. People don't go out and make an impulse buy to get a needle in their arm.
Well, and not only that, if you've been there and made any real observation, a lot of them aren't even in the condition, their mindset. They didn't come to get vaccines.
Sure.
Okay?
And we're trying, like with the fair, to give out $20 worth of the coupons, so that maybe they'll think, oh, I can do more rides and I can do more things. We are now, because of the funding, be limited to Dallas County residents that'll get those coupons. But, we were hoping that combination would get enough of those people to take advantage of it, because, as we said, every shot in an arm is a good thing. We're trying to maximize it. We're trying to go where the people are and where there are masses, and even if you get a small percentage, that you get large numbers. No, we absolutely, agree. We want to get to the places and the areas where we can get the most numbers. But at this point, it's sort of, many of the people who are still left are resistant for whatever reasons. and it's, finding what makes them decide to change and get the vaccine, and so it's.
Correct, and I think, Doctor, that, and I hear what Commissioner Price is saying, how do we go to the places where we can get the most people vaccinated? But that's the key, right? I mean, how do we know that? I think that, when we work with Belmont House, we spend about $200,000 in media buys, TV ads, radio, videos, English, Spanish. I mean, the saturation was heavily. Right now with ABI, we're still doing some of the status of assessment. We need to, go ahead and have that assessment as soon as we can, so we can start seeing a united message. Now, I was very happy to see in the Dallas Morning News an article that mentions that people are starting to get the importance of the vaccination, and the reluctancy to get vaccinated is going down. Hopefully that will help us and work in our favor, as well as all the other incentives. Let's face it, at this point, Dr. Huang, I think that we need to incentivize people. What is in it for me other than, being vaccinated, which is a sad assessment, but the reality is there. I mean, the Six Flags tickets, the Dallas Zoo tickets, the Stair Fair coupons, the gift cards, the soccer tickets, the City of Dallas raffle, the Dallas Regional Chambers, Kroger's Community Immune Place. It's some of the things that we're doing, and they're working. Obviously, not as fast as we would like to, but I want to thank you, the team, Mr. Reed, administration, of course, Parkland, and everyone that is working on thinking out of the box in how we get the most people vaccinated. So couldn't happen without you. We're still waiting for ABI assessments to even make a bigger impact in the community. Thank you, Dr. Huang. And I know there's a lot of events coming in the queue. I don't know how successful they could be, but I do know one thing. The most successful events that I have been in are the ones where people are knocking on doors around, are the ones that are televised, are the ones that are in the media, because people go looking to be vaccinated. If I'm going to a concert, the last thing in my mind is going to be getting a vaccine. So those are my 5 cents.
That's my only point. I don't go to a jazz festival to get a shot in my arm, okay? And again, that's all I'm saying.
Oh, no, we totally, but maybe it makes it so easy. Oh, okay. Maybe it could be just an easy place that someone didn't go to get it, that because they're right there, they could get it in 5 minutes, maybe they'll take it, but again, it's to the point we're trying multiple strategies. Early on, we worked with the city. They spent 3 days out at apartment complexes and got 25 people during the whole time, and it's sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but every shot in an arm is a good thing. It protects those people, but we're trying to get the most and get the biggest yield from every event that we can. And fortunately, we have some other resources and partners, so it's not all county dollars that we're having to spend for some of these. We have partners with the state and others that are helping us with this.
How are we doing on our own staff? On Dallas County staff?
Staff?
Our own employees.
Well, in terms of burnout or things like that, or
as far as getting vaccinated, because isn't that aren't we all models of?
Well, definitely that's something we've talked to, HR and everyone, and anything that we can do to get our staff and encourage our staff to further get vaccinated. There are obviously still people, it's not 100%, and we would encourage anything that can be done to get people vaccinated, and that's something we support every way that we can.
So we don't know about our own staff where they are.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully after the incentives, we'll have
You
a
can't
better
ask the
idea.
question, but we are, again, encouraging, and again, with incentives, hopefully we'll push more people to get the shot. But we can't ask the question.
So we definitely would like to do anything we can to support.
Absolutely. I think we'll be in further conversation about methods of doing that, so you don't hurt the people who have been vaccinated.
Yep.
And instead encourage those who have not.
I do have, this is on our website, the latest dashboard just for the whole county. So when you look at the entire population, including those under 12, we're at about 57% that have received at least one dose. You can see some of the age breakdown, race, ethnicity, sex, geographic location, and by different products. Also, then the Fair Park, as I said, we're continuing to offer the pop-ups on Saturdays. Now over 502,000 doses have been administered. When we look again at the demographic breakdown since the start of our recording the data, about 44% Hispanic, 15% African American, but even in the last 2 to 3 weeks, now we're getting 70% Hispanic, 18% African American. So that has always been, in the location of that, we've tried to make it accessible to some of the priority communities that we've been trying to reach.
Will Fair Park location be available during the fair?
During the fair, that's what we will have a place. During the fair, it's behind the big techs over sort of towards the tower building. So there will be a presence. We're trying to promote, again, for Dallas County residents, we'll be able to offer the $20 worth of coupons for people to get that and these other incentives. So we hope that people will take advantage of that, even though they may not have gone to the fair to get their vaccine. That if it's easy, maybe they'll take advantage of that and hope to get more
How many
tickets.
people are you going to deploy out there to do that? If Judge said, we're going to have, if they're expecting 100,000 people a day, how many people are you going to, how many people are you talking? See, I'm back to that issue of how many people are you going to deploy? What is going to be the cost offset? And, I mean, has anybody sat down and done any metrics with regards to that? I still say, you don't go to the fair, you get vaccine. And $20 is not going to be an incentive. $20? Hell, will they get you 2 rides? Maybe 1? I don't know. I don't. My point is that, we've gone down the road of $100 gift certificates that we've raised the money to try to incentivize people. And it's rough with that. This weekend, we were doing a school, and again, raised the money and incentivizing. But $20? Come on, y'all. I mean, I just don't want to waste a lot of time and energy talking about, we've got 10 staff out there, 15 staff, being surrounded by big techs and all. Come on, I'm just saying, let's think this thing through. I appreciate what you're trying to do, and any shot in the arm is fine, and that's fine. If you got one person there doing all, you're not going to do that. You're going to have you're going to deploy staff and time, and people are not coming to the fair to get no dadgum vaccination.
Well, again, we would love to raise some of the amounts of the incentives. I think there's some legal restrictions that we've been told regarding state law and things like that. But if there are ways to do that, we welcome that. We welcome any other, again, if other ideas, other locations, partners, I think we've tried to be accommodating to everything that has been suggested.
And just to finish this, Doctor, I think it's going to be instrumental that ABI is in this picture. I mean, if people don't know we're going to be there, probably we won't be as successful. And everybody knows we're giving $20. How much is it? One corny dog? I don't know. Whatever it is, I know it's expensive out there. But I mean, people needs to know that we're going to be there, that there's going to be direct incentive. Who knows? They might want that last corny dog and get a shot. So with that being said, it has to be publicized that we're going to be there, where we're going to be, how we're going to do. We're going to have to be very good at telling people, hey, you won't feel sick and within 1 hour, or if you're going to a roller coaster, be very specific about why we're there, what we're going to do, how much you're going to get, and what is expected. So thank you, Dr. Huang.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Colin.
This is the chart that I know Commissioner Koch had specifically asked for, that we continue, where it should be on our dashboard soon, but shows the percentage of hospitalized and those deaths among those who are fully vaccinated, and again, you can see that it's close to 90% are unvaccinated in the hospitals, about 90% are the deaths. So as we've been saying, this is essentially a preventable situation that we're seeing with the severe illness and the hospitalizations and the deaths. Some of the latest numbers that are very concerning, that the school-age children, the proportion over the last 2 weeks or so has increased dramatically. So you can see the proportion 5 to 13 is gone up, I think, from close to 10, less than 10% to almost 15% of all of the COVID confirmed cases. You can see that the proportion 14 to 17-year-olds, which are more the high school age, again, have gone from about 5% to over 7.5%. So those are disturbing trends that we've been recently seeing, and that does coincide with what we've seen with the opening up of the schools. So we have been in communication and working with some of the schools and the school districts because they are seeing a much more increase in the numbers, and there are situations that their absentee rates are even getting close to 25%, that they're having to close classes and schools because of that. And it's largely, with the Delta virus variant has really changed a lot of the situation from before, and this is because this is a population that can't even be eligible for the vaccine yet. It is spreading in that population.
And I want to take this time to thank Dr. Michael Hinojosa and his executive team. 2 weeks ago, people were scheduling, well, they've already scheduled football games and all for Ellis Davis and that whole area. We met with them, we walked it, and as a result, we came to a consensus of how we could coexist even with their schedule going forward. And so he sent his executive team. We spent a few hours walking and looking at the schedule, did some rearrangement in terms of the flow. And so I want to thank them because, we had basically said we were leaving. Everybody was leaving. And Ellis Davis has become a real hallmark for people know where to go get this shot. Doctor, I also want you to make it clear to people, and people who came to Ellis Davis, who even went to Fair Park, you need to make some comment with regards to the fact that if they got Moderna, that they can get Pfizer because of the efficacy. And now, at first we were saying, oh no, we can't make, I want to make that clear. We spent some time at a major high school this weekend. People started showing up who had gotten Moderna. We're not doing the Moderna. So everybody's doing the Pfizer now. And so they were able to make the accommodation. And so we need to, I'm talking about messaging, we need to make that clear. I appreciate the fact that we go through here and we do all of this, but then out in the community and in our offices, we're having to manage, that messaging.
Yep.
And so.
Well, and I'll let the doctor speak to this, but looking at that for my own family, because my older folks had Moderna.
Understand.
So the latest guidance that came out mid last week is that the Moderna study's not done yet, and so they're not recommending that booster for Moderna yet. And a couple of
where is that deal, Judge? Because I was hearing from
we are trying to make second dose Pfizer's, second dose Moderna's available wherever we offer them. I mean, the recommendations are still to keep with the same product that you got your first dose. Now they're looking at the third dose, and they are the studies for that third dose are further along for Pfizer that may not yet be available.
So where is Moderna? Where is Moderna now?
3 weeks until they finish their study.
But no. Where is it? People who got Moderna are now showing up to get a second dose.
Get a third dose.
The booster, Commissioner, or the second dose?
Oh, second, something different.
Yeah,
So this
that's
is
what I'm-
This is
that-
booster.
I got it.
They're saying, wait on the booster.
I got it.
We understood the booster, Commissioner.
Yeah, we got the booster. I'm trying to get, people who have the Moderna can, because we're not giving Moderna now. We're not doing Moderna now.
We actually have some, we are in accommodating that. Most of them have been Pfizer that we're offering because it goes down to the 12-year-olds and over. So that's the one we're really promoting. We do have Moderna available also that we are providing when people, but most people are now getting the Pfizer because we have that available for 12 to 15. And, but we are accommodating, I know even when we found out that there are some Moderna, and we can verify that, but the numbers are very much lower in Moderna.
We're not open constantly. They're open every day,
Yeah.
Monday through Saturday.
Well, actually, Ellis Davis Fieldhouse is open from Wednesday to Saturday.
No, that was before Labor Day. We're now open every
Monday
day,
to
all the way
Saturday.
to Saturday, from
Okay,
7:30 in the morning
to
to
4
4.
p.m.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
But my point, I'm still back to what I said. I want the messaging needs to be clear that if they got the Moderna, the first shot, and they're starting now to say, oh, I want to get my second shot. And as I just told the judge, y'all want to open this weekend. People were going to Ellis Davis, and all they got is Pfizer. So I guess I'm asking from a medical standpoint to be able to be very clear and concise as to whether or not they can do that.
Sure. I mean, we will certainly clarify the messages. We are trying to accommodate anyone who comes in. Most of them have been Pfizer, and that's what we've been really
I know.
promoting because of the
and I'm
broader
there.
age range. That is.
I get it, and,
Thank you,
yeah,
Doctor.
okay.
Please continue.
But I know definitely at all of our DCHHS immunization clinics, Jefferson also, they have all of the products available.
Okay, but you guys, again, it's like I tell people, you're not open on Saturdays. And a lot of people are out there on Saturdays looking, for products. Moderna, Pfizer, whatever, okay? So just please, work the messaging.
Did want to raise, this is a slide, the PCCI just noted these correlations. In Dallas County, currently, if you look at some of the surrounding counties, Collin, Denton, Tarrant, we do have a lower vaccination rate compared to the surrounding counties. But then we have a higher masking rate compared to those surrounding counties. Again, this is a correlation, but we also have the lowest case rate per 100,000 in our areas. So it's a correlation that we're seeing that because we have lower vaccination rate, but we have higher masking rate. So it does indicate the impact potentially of our masking orders, the difference between some of these. Again, it's not necessarily causality, but it is a correlation that we are seeing that with the higher masking rate and policies in effect, we are seeing lower case counts compared to these surrounding counties. So I want to point out that statistic.
I've been watching this stuff closely and reading these UT Southwestern models closely. And this one is even surprising to me when you look at Collin County and with a 76% vaccination rate and a lower masking rate, and yet we have less cases per 100,000 than them. And when you look at our somewhat similar urban county, Tarrant County, 600,000 less people, but when you break it down to 100 each 100,000, it's somewhat of an apples to apples. It's really not in a way, because when you think of Collin and Denton County, a lot of people are more spread out. They have more of a 1 acre home sort of a life. We're more close together, but these numbers are good, and the way that they have manifested themselves is if you look at that UT Southwestern model from early August, from like August 1st, it projected September 16th, I think, 1,800 hospitalizations for Dallas County. And then this all started and it went down to 1,500. And then it kept going and it went down to 1,200. And I think the one that came out last night was 1,000 or something, which is where we are now, basically just cresting along and then beginning to go down if we can keep it up. So very, very promising numbers.
Right.
I don't know, well.
And then last one, we've been including the community sites that are scheduled now. The Dallas College has been scheduling quite a few. They've been a tremendous partner in this also throughout, and we appreciate what they're doing now. I've been trying to send out, our weekly updates prior to our vaccination coordinating meetings to give you some of those updates. And I think every 2 weeks is the analysis of what are the census block areas with the highest unvaccination rates. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Commissioner.
Thank you, Dr. Wong.
Thank you. Commissioner Price has our next presentation.
I have the presentation that won't go away. And while I hear my colleagues quoting a lot of women, and I remind them under the women's equity movement that African American women did not get the same equity either in terms of voting or anything else when Anglo women did. And the one person who realizes that, who we never quote, is Dr. Angela Yvonne Davis. She says, "I'm no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I am changing the things I cannot accept." And so today in the presentation, wherein this is still where a vice president at Parkland Hospital in an reward ceremony for recruitment distributed monkey mugs to African Americans. And so monkey mugs still lead to monkey memes, and monkey memes lead to monkey noises and chants. Quote, "Minority cheerleaders from Moreno Valley were called racial slurs by Temecula students, and they heard monkey noises as they walked by during a Friday, August 20th, high school football game," their coach said. Valley View High School team was playing at Temecula Valley High School when the visiting cheerleaders became, quote, "victims of racial attacks." They were called derogatory and racial slurs and touched unwelcomely by the home team students, says Kenya Williams, a Valley View counselor and cheerleading coach. A group of students started making monkey noises, Williams said, and there were adults in the crowd who either participated or didn't make a point to try and stop it. This happened on August the 24th, 2021. Not 1800, not 1900, but just a couple of weeks ago. And so minority students, as they walked during this high school football game and their coach that were playing, they were called derogatory slurs and touched unwelcomely. In all my years coaching, I've never experienced such levels of disrespect and hate from an opposing school team, wrote Williams. In an interview on Tuesday, August 24th, Williams detailed what happened during the halftime show. Williams said 18 varsity and junior varsity cheerleaders were invited to Temecula Valley High sideline by their cheer captains to watch the performance, which is customary in football games. But as soon as the girls approached the home team side, They were met with boos, loud enough to be heard from the other side of the field. And then they said it took a while to stop. Most of the cheerleaders presented were young women of color, Williams said. 7 of them are black. One of their flag girls called one of my girls for stepping out or almost stepping on her flag. As the Valley View team headed to the snack bar after the halftime show, they passed a section of home team fans. A group of students started making monkey noises, Williams said, and there were adults in the crowd who participated. As the cheerleaders made their way to the crowded snack bar, they were being pushed and blocked by Tucumula Valley High School students. So they linked arms to try and stay together. While standing in line, she said, Tucumula High School students made snarky, racial charged comments toward the team. Several Tucumula students tried to grab the cheerleader's hand, and one of the students even touched the girl's hair, a complete violation of her space. Then they heard comments saying that they were on the wrong side, they were not supposed to be here, go back to where they came from. That was the last straw. They felt unsafe and they had to leave. Leaders of both schools condemned the behavior. The principal at Tucumula Valley High School, Alan Williams, in a statement in Unified District, promised swift and appropriate act as a prompt investigation. The district embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive, hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind on the sports field, in the school buildings, or anywhere else on or off premises, said the statement that was emailed on August 24 to the students and the parents. We will hold anyone found to have used such language representing any of our schools accountable for their words and their action. And it goes on and on. And I guess without me redoing the total dissertation, the Riverside County Supervisor, which is the same as a commissioner, Chuck Washington, said that a subset of closed-minded people. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to continue until the person who did this at Parkland is not down in the rank and file. This is an executive that should have known better, and to say that it is a teachable moment is still unacceptable. And it's interesting, I'm not out there doing anything but fishing and finding that this is a pattern. And for someone who is in the executive rank, making hundreds of thousands of dollars, to say that they did not know that there was a relationship between monkeys and giving African Americans mugs as a reward is unacceptable. This happened. Parkland continues to talk about a teachable moment, and I still say, had it been a SWAT sticker or anything else, this is the same organization that gives $17 million worth of lawyer fees, but when it comes to African Americans bringing a complaint, they find an African American lawyer to either do one of two things, either take on the case or to somehow create a curriculum that says this is a teachable moment. That is unacceptable. And it continues, Judge. And it's 10:30.
And it is 10:30, and we've got a public hearing at 10:30. So let me call that public hearing. This is our public hearing on Dallas County Irrigation District.
No, daily commercial record.
The daily commercial record public hearing notice on the Dallas County Irrigation District is posted for 10:30 a.m. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. And let's see.
Can we get somebody to lay it out?
Yeah,
Whether it's Commissioner
Henry
Koch or Albert, whoever, somebody lay it out for purposes of the hearing?
Ms. Blair is
Do
gonna,
you want to do that, or do you want to have Henry Billingsley do that? I would. whoever,
I'd ask Ms. Blair if she could just come up and give you a real brief outline of the public hearing.
Judge and Commissioners, I'm here to give you a quick overview of this public hearing. What we have here is irrigation district number 1, which is basically in the Cypress Waters area. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to ask for the representatives of the Billingsley Group and the others, City of Capel, who's here as well, to give an overview of the entire irrigation district information.
Okay.
My name's Henry Billingsley. I'm with Billingsley Company. We're the developers of Cypress Waters, and that's it's a 1,000-acre development, which includes a 340-acre lake and has the dam. This was all part of TXU's development of a power station in the 40s, and when they took it down, we ended up with the property. I'm here to speak in favor of the creation of the irrigation district. Currently, on the 1,000 acres, we've developed 2,300 units of apartments, 3.5 million square feet of office, and about 300,000 square feet of retail. So it's an important economic engine in that area of the city. At full development, you can have 10,000 units of apartments, probably 8.5 million square feet of office. The lake itself has been important as a source for irrigation purposes. We can use untreated water, and we use a lot of water in this development for maintenance of the landscaping and the rest. So you use untreated water rather than potable water. It's also an amenity for the area and helps with the development of the office buildings and the apartments being on the water and restaurants. We've also done 3 miles of a jogging, walking path around the lake. The county is going to be working with us on that, and it should be completed in a year and a half, and it'll be 6 miles. It'll be a 6-mile walking, jogging path around. That's good for the tenants in the buildings at the development, but it's also a very important amenity for the people in Irving and Coppell, because we're drawing people not just from the development, but people from the whole area to take advantage of the lake there. Now, as to the cost of maintaining the dam, we are creating, or hoping to create, a 351-acre district, irrigation district. Of that 351 acres, 307 acres is usable land. We expect at full development 2,500 to 3,000 units of apartments on that land, and probably 1 to 2 million square feet of office space. This will all be used to cover any cost of maintaining the dam on an open-ended basis. Now, furthermore, we would put $200,000 into a fund to maintain the dam, and every year, however much has been spent, we would replace it to bring it back up to $200,000. The city of Coppell has been managing the dam for the last 10 years. Their costs show that on average it takes about $50,000 a year cost. So this would.
You say 50? You say 50?
Excuse me?
You say 50?
50.
Okay.
Is what it's been costing the city of Coppell to maintain the dam. So we would establish a fund with $200,000 in it, and every year we would bring that back up to $200,000 versus whatever the cost had been that year. Furthermore, we would have the 307 acres, which will be fully developed and all in a period of years, which would be there to assess those 307 acres for any cost on maintaining the dam. So basically, the dam is good for safety, it's good for watershed flood control, it's an amenity for the area, and with the jogging trail around it, it's good for the complete area around there. And so I think there are several pluses, and the creation of the district, I think, would be cost-free to the county.
It's your district, Commissioner. I've been down this road a little bit before. Irrigation district is a little different than the, quote, levy districts, which I finally relieved myself of about a few years ago. I had to go to the legislature. So does this anyway resemble a levy district? Because I keep hearing words like dam. Is there I take it that Coppell, is this a PD? Is this a planned development district, I guess, Mr. Billingsley?
Yes, the property itself, Cypress Waters, is in the city of Dallas because TXU had to have the power station for electricity generation had to be in Dallas because it was serving Dallas. So what you've got is Cypress Waters is an island surrounded by Irving and Coppell, but it's attached by a 50-foot strip to Dallas. So it's in Dallas, the city is, the development is.
Do you want the mayor to speak?
Yeah, I definitely, I want to.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Because I'm more confused. I never knew any of it.
It is confusing, and that's in part why this is taking place. So this is the city of Dallas land. Coppell is adjacent, and Coppell has owned a portion of the top of the lake, and then, of course, has been responsible for that dam in the water, right, without being sovereign in the area. So that is, and you know, Mayor Mays is going to speak to that, why, you know, they have limited control, but they have a big responsibility and ownership in that regard.
So again, having dealt with the levy thing,
mayor can explain.
yeah, done before. So does now Dallas doesn't have anything to do with it whatsoever?
City of Dallas.
Not with the district.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon?
Not with the district, no.
Not with the district.
Why is that?
Well, why? Yes, she asked.
Right now, the lake and the dam are owned by the city of Coppell, but it's located within the city of Dallas.
Okay,
So the
yeah,
city of Dallas.
I looked at the map and saw that, but if it's city of Dallas land,
Yeah, the land happens to be in the city of Dallas, but the lake and the dam are owned by the city of Coppell.
Okay.
And we'll take over the lake and the ownership and the management of the lake and keeping the water level up. And then the district would have the dam, but we would have land. We would first have a fund of $200,000, which would be replenished every year. And you could look to 307 acres of property to assess if there was any need to maintain the dam. So your cost is zero and your exposure financially would be zero. And the first phase of apartments on the subject land, the 307 acres, would start next year. And the first phase would be 500 units. That would have a value of probably $75 million, that one phase. Ultimately, you'll have 2,500 to 3,000 units in this assessment area, plus 1 to 2 million square feet of office space. So your asset base as a backup to the fund that we're creating and are obligated to reboot every year up to 200,000 is 307 acres of property.
Mayor, how much does it cost you to maintain that dam? Who owns it? And once we voted for this district, it's for life. So what does Coppell thinks, you know, they're going to be able to do with those $200,000? And how does the water district that controls the water plays into this deal?
Right now, the city of Coppell owns the lake and the dam. The dam in the last 7 or 8 years has averaged $50,000 or less per year in maintenance. $50,000 or less per year for the dam maintenance. The water, to replenish the water, is a secondary thing. Now, we would take the lake and we would be responsible for replenishing the water and keeping the level up because we also use it for irrigation so we don't have to use potable water. We
so
can
Coppell will be able to use those $200,000 to recoup some of the cost of the water?
No, we'll do that on our own on replenishing the water. The $200,000 fund would be strictly for the maintenance of the dam. And that has been averaging 50 or less per year. And whatever it costs per year at the end of the year, we would replenish it up to 200,000. So you've got a cushion there. And then if you needed more than that, you can look to the 307 acres and assess it for any shortfall that should ever happen. So your financial exposure is zero.
Yeah, no,
Let's let Mayor Mays take some of the Coppell questions.
We can hear you. We cannot hear you.
There you go, it's great.
I did want to let you know what you need to, what your obligation is in regard to this, basically whether granting or refusing and the findings that you have to make.
We can understand
I
you.
cannot.
I do want to let you know the findings that you have to make in either granting or refusing to grant this. And basically, you have to find that the district, as requested, is feasible and practicable. The land to be included and the residents of the proposed district will be benefited by the creation of the district.
Right.
There's a public necessity or need of the district, and the creation of the district would further the public welfare. So you have to make all four of those findings in order to grant this.
Okay, and for the record, that Barbara Nichols, Assistant District Attorney, and so, yeah, I agree. And I guess that's what we're trying to go, because, you know, we start getting a little confused, even though I thought Commissioner Koch had taken me down that lane, but when I started hearing Dallas, so I'll take it Dallas has, I didn't hear whether or not they've relinquished, but I'll let the mayor deal
Yes,
with it.
Mayor, I mean, just following Commissioner Price's comment, I mean, a lot of districts have been created in the southern sector when they're used for infrastructure, when they're used to pretty much get the funds that they need for the development, and then nobody wants to annex them because, you know, they have all the debt, and that has happened in the southern sector many times. So can you please differentiate why this district is different? Why, you know, Coppell is in support? Second, you know, I'm very interested in the trail. I mean, definitely there's 6 miles around the trail that Mr. Billingsley just mentioned, which is great, but I want to hear about the connection that Public Works is working with Dallas, and I want to hear from the connection that, you know, we're working with Irving and Coppell. So how will, I mean, and that's what I was asking, those $200,000 can be used to buy some of the right-of-way. And Ms. Alberta, please, I mean, would you please address the needs that those $200,000 that I don't want Dallas County to have to be liable for any of those connections with those trails, with Dallas or Irving. And I just want to be sure that hopefully, if that is agreeable with everybody, you know, you put a day for termination too, since terminating these kind of deals is the hardest part to do.
So, Judge Jenkins and members of the Commissioners Court, Dr. Garcia, I'm going to try to answer all of those, but if I miss something along the way, please remind me what I haven't addressed.
Will you introduce yourself for the record, Mayor?
Absolutely. My name is Wes Mays. I'm mayor of the city of Coppell, and I appreciate having the opportunity to address the commissioners today. First of all, I want to say that the city of Coppell is fully in support of the creation of Irrigation District Number 1. And commissioners, this is a very confusing situation. Do you mind if I remove my mask?
No,
Thank you.
Thank you.
It also keeps my glasses from fogging up. This case has been going on for close to 20 years. The city of Coppell purchased the land back in the mid-'80s before I was ever on city council. I can't give you an exact date when we procured it. We've been the owner and the maintainer of the lake and the dam for that period of time. And Mr. Billingsley is entirely correct. We have averaged about $50,000 a year in maintenance and support of the dam and the lake. The primary purpose of the lake when we purchased it was to provide irrigation water for the Cypress Waters area. And consequently, that's really the caveat that the city of Coppell finds itself in. We own the property, we're responsible for maintaining it, and we absolutely have no economic incentive or benefit to own it or to maintain it.
The Cypress Waters Group is the recipient of all the benefits of the lake. It is a privately owned organization. Even though it is in Dallas County and is in the city of Dallas, it is privately owned. And the liability, as far as I know, would remain within the irrigation district. And that would be funded by the residents and the property owners of the district itself.
Mr. Mayor, is Cypress Group and Mr. Billingsley one and the same?
Yes, sir. For the
Okay.
for the
I'm just
purposes
trying to
of
keep
this
the record
discussion, yes,
clear.
sir.
Okay, continue, please.
And we and the Billingsley and Cypress Waters Group, we determined that it was mutually beneficial for both of us to agree to transfer the ownership of the lake to the Cypress Waters Group. We also agreed that the creation of this irrigation district would be mutually beneficial and practical and feasible to handle the maintenance that Mr. Billingsley talked about for the lake and the dam. Therefore, we would also recommend that we transfer the ownership of the dam to the irrigation district. The only real requirement that the city of Coppell has is to maintain the stability of the lake level and the dam. And there are provisions that the Cypress Waters Group and the irrigation district will be assuming is to be able to pump water from the Trinity River Authority into the lake and maintain that lake level that is specifically used for the irrigation, as Mr. Billingsley talked about. The lake is a resource for the Cypress Waters Group. It is an open space and can be used for recreation. That is completely up to Mr. Billingsley and the Cypress Waters Group on how they want to use it. Quite honestly, if it were up to the city of Coppell, we have no benefit or beneficial interest in providing those recreational opportunities since our residents aren't the recipients of the services. As I said, the district, if created, would be able to deliver that untreated water for irrigation. They would be able to ensure proper maintenance and safety of the dam and the integrity of the dam. And the transition cost of the maintenance would be to the actual users of the lake, and that's the fund that Mr. Billingsley was talking about. He's proposed to set up a $200,000 fund specifically for the maintenance of the dam and the water. And obviously, and my interest is eliminating the financial burden to the citizens of Coppell.
Did you hear did you hear Ms. Nichols when she set out that we have to find 4 particular matters in relationship to establishing this district? And of course, as I said, I only began because it took the legislature to divest a levy district from me. And it went on for probably as long as yours has been going on. So I get that. But once it's established, so again, Ms. Nichols, will you please set out the standards by which we must determine, and I want the mayor to speak to those benefits. Let him do one at a time.
Okay, so I actually can address those here.
Okay.
Feasible and practical, the feasibility is the creation of the district. It is set up to do exactly what we're talking about. Practical, all we quite honestly need is your approval to do it. So from a feasibility and practical standpoint, I think we've met that test. Okay. The second item is the land and the residents of the district will be benefited by the creation of the district. I believe that I already talked about how Mr. Billingsley plans to offer recreational benefits. The trail system that is already partially in place would be finished by the transfer of the property.
All of the trails that are in the queue, right, Ms. Blair? Which is, can you just mention in the record which are the trails that Dallas County is working with right now?
We're working on the Cypress Waters Trail with the Billingsley Group right now. That trail system is, although within the city of Dallas.
Correct.
So that's what we're working on right now.
But it will be finished because it's an amenity for the residents of the city of Dallas, right? That's what I'm hearing. Coppell doesn't get any of that. It's the citizens of Dallas. Okay, and the other one with Irving is which one? The connector?
Irving is not in this area, it's on the city of
Okay, so
is
have
that the
the
trail
city
that's
of
being
Irving
referenced?
been a partner on this? Are they aware of this? The city of Dallas have voted on this since they have an interest on this?
Irving is not associated with the property
At all.
at all. Now, they do have trails in the
They
area.
do have the connector for a trail to Cypress Waters.
Yes, the Cotton Belt Trail comes north of all this.
Correct. So
And
I want to be sure that it's on the record that this will take place as well. I mean, for me, it's just like you say, Mayor, and you say very well, you know, it has to be something good for everyone. And everybody has to be in agreement of this. In my opinion, not only Coppell and the developer, but also the partners that will be affected by this, which is Dallas and probably Irving. I would like to have, you know, a commitment from the partners that everybody's in agreement, like we do with everything we do around here. And second, I would like to, well, I know you're addressing the 4 points, so I don't want to, but I would like to know who will have control of the water, since we hear that it's going to be the untreated water used for irrigation. Who has the other control of water, and how does the water entity of the city and the county place in this? Those are my other questions.
So I'll defer that to Mr. Billingsley. That would be under the control of the Cypress Waters Group on how that process would actually occur. Yes.
Under this type of an agreement, we would take over the lake and the ownership and the obligation to keep the water level up. Right now, the city of Coppell has the obligation to keep the water level at a certain level. We would assume that. And you get it from the Trinity River.
But our question is, are you, as the representative of Cypress Garden, saying that with regards to the trails, we know about the water level, you're going to do that for your own interest as well, and we get that. But she's talking the trails and the connectors are you committing to make sure that that's carried to fruition based on the county plan and the connectivity that we have going forward?
As to the trail, that doesn't change at all. We put in 2.5 miles already, and my wife has dealt with the county and the city, and they're participating in putting in the balance. So you'll end up with a 6-mile complete circle around the lake.
Yes, but Mr. Billingsley, we know about those 6 miles around your development. What we want is the connectors with the city of Dallas and the city of Irving. Hey, Ms. Billingsley, good to see you.
I'm Lucy Billingsley, and pleased to be here. The connections come from our 6 miles. We connect up to the Cotton Belt Trail. The Cotton Belt comes in with the Dart line, and the Cotton Belt comes in through Coppell and goes from the east and the west into Coppell. The Coppell line then connects over across the belt line to the Campion trails, which we worked with the county to help fund. I believe you all put in $2.5 million several years ago, which brought the Campion trails all the way up, actually through some other property we have, to Beltline. So this 6 mile will connect both to the Cotton Belt with the rail and the Campion trails.
And do we have something else, Ms. Blair?
I was mentioning this was Valley Ranch, the connections at
Correct. I mean, what about the ones from Irving and Dallas?
Well, Valley Ranch is, Valley Ranch.
And
that's it.
then the one with Dallas will be also completed.
Right, and as mentioned, Ms. Billingsley just mentioned here was Cotton Belt, the Cotton Belt connection right there. Dallas is working full force with COG on that area as well.
Right. So I guess all I think we're looking for is that as the representative of Cypress Gardens, they're saying that the plan that we have that's already pretty much, you know, in design, that they are committed to it.
Yes, sir. We've been a driving force behind it. We are totally dedicated to this plan.
Can I follow up on Commissioner Price's question? The references made to the trail in the documentation here that we're looking at as the approval of the district. Okay, so the trail referred to, is that the same trail that Dallas County has been involved with in connecting it to Irving and Coppell?
Yes, ma'am. We're right now working in conjunction with the Billingsley Group and with the city of Dallas on the
So then what you're saying is that it is no cost to Dallas County because Dallas County has already dedicated the funds for the connections, is what you're saying. So it's no additional.
But at the end of the day, Cypress Gardens will control the water.
Yes?
Yes.
The irrigation district.
The irrigation.
Irrigation.
Well, yeah,
Well,
irrigation.
And
Put in effect the water.
the water.
Wait,
The water.
and what does the Dallas Water Board that the whole region has place on this?
The city of Dallas has an agreement today with Capel, and they're transferring all of those, that agreement, the aspects of that agreement to us. So we will continue to function just as they have in the past.
Would you give us enough time to see that agreement? Can we, Commissioner Koch, Mayor, Ms. Billingsley, would you agree to delay this for 2 weeks until we have an opportunity to talk to the city of Dallas, all the partners, and be sure that this is an agreement with everybody?
We are, of course, delighted for you to see an agreement. We have time pressures to have these transactions dealt with by the end of this month. So if we might be able to keep that into consideration, that would be of great benefit.
Our next Commissioners Court meeting is,
Not, if we're gonna do 2 weeks, we'll be pushing right up on it.
what?
I can assure you this is a totally standard agreement.
No, I know it's in a standard agreement. I mean, based on what we're just talking about, I would like to see, what are the consequences and that everybody else knows about them. And we are very clear on where we are with anything that has to do with any development of the trails.
May I invite Charles Jordan to speak to it, because he's very familiar with that agreement. Maybe that can be of some assistance.
George who?
Charles Jordan.
Charles Jordan.
Oh, Charles. Okay.
From Carrington Coleman. Thank you.
Sorry, with the mask, it's sometimes hard to hear and hard to.
I'm Charles Jordan. I'm the attorney who drafted all the papers. Commissioner Garcia.
Charles, take your mask off. Who are you?
Yes.
Who are you?
Sorry. I'm Charles Jordan. I'm with the law firm of Carrington Coleman in Dallas.
Okay.
I've represented the Cypress Waters Group for many years, and I have, with the city attorney for City of Coppell, gotten the documents together for this transaction.
Okay.
Specifically, Commissioner Garcia, the water in the lake is actually composed of 2 separate water rights. One is composed from a raw water purchase agreement with Dallas Water Utilities. And as Mrs. Billingsley mentioned, that contract is going to be assigned to the Billingsley Group in conjunction with the transaction. The second water right that's associated with the lake is a certificate of adjudication that was created 40 or 50 years ago when the reservoir was actually constructed. The certificate of adjudication represents separate water rights for water in place in the lake bed, and the Cypress Waters Group will also be receiving assignment of the certificate of adjudication.
From whom?
Right now, both of those water rights are held by the city of Coppell.
Okay, so both are held by the city of Coppell, and DWU has agreed that they are going to transfer to Cypress Garden.
All the control of the water and the reservoir.
Yes, when the dust settles in this particular.
How many cities get water right now from this reservoir?
Commissioners, I just would like to, I know we have the Parkland budget hearing at 11 o'clock. I would like to just bring your attention, the statute does allow the hearing to be adjourned from day to day.
For what?
The statute does allow the hearing to be adjourned from day to day. I just want to let you know that.
The statute allows the hearing to be moved, go to another time.
Okay.
The only concern that I have, and I hear Ms. Nichols, the only concern I have is, she said they're working on a time crunch with regards to the end of September. The court will convene, next court convenes on September 21st.
You will have plenty of time in September.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So September, Commissioner?
Mayor will Would that be okay?
Well, can we do this? Let's, I'm not concerned about I am concerned, of course, about the Parkland hearing, but let's finish up here with these witnesses that we have before us. What I think I'm hearing, we make a couple of suggestions, and these are just suggestions. I want everyone to be comfortable with this, but we might vote on this today, and if there's a concern after this read and review, I will move to reconsider it and bring it back up on the 21st, if that's the desire.
Well, but
Any
that's,
court member.
well, wait, Judge, yeah, but you gotta give deference to whether or not, she's gonna even, pull it, so.
Absolutely,
Okay,
and
got
she
it.
has the right to pull it, and we could do that, or we can get all of our questions answered. If we run a little long, that's okay, get all our questions answered, so that after we read the documents, if my understanding from the commissioners is they don't have any questions, we won't have to have anybody come back, we'll just vote this out. What's the pleasure of the court? What are the
Well, hold on,
questions?
Judge, so they met, Ms. Nichols, I think they've met at least 3 of the tests, and then, of course, for me, they've answered the water issue. There was one more. There was,
The last one is would further the public welfare, which is number 4. So, or it's public necessity or need for the district, number 3. And number 2, the land to be included and the residents of the proposed will be benefited by the creation of the district, and we've already said number 1. So those are the 4 elements.
Okay.
Okay,
But
so
it's
number
up to you,
3 is the
Commissioner
one that I
Garcia.
haven't heard the answer for.
What was number 3 again?
Is the need for the district?
Oh, well,
they've established the need.
basically,
Yeah, they've stated,
it's
the
Coppell's
need.
burden without any benefit. The city of Dallas has no incentive to, pick this up or create a solution, or the power to. We as the county are the only ones that can set up this irrigation district. in this
Well,
way.
Commissioner, I, respectfully disagree. The city of Dallas is going to be the one that the residents are going to be getting all the amenities from.
Yep,
The
they will
city
be
of Dallas
residents- they will be
should
residents of the
have
city
a
of
big
Dallas.
interest on this, and I know they've been working, specifically in this development for many, many years. I remember Cypress Waters when I was in the city council. That's what
But
I'm asking this question.
The city of Dallas cannot create an irrigation.
I understand that. But I would like to hear what they have to say, and if you don't mind, I would like to have that
Pull it?
discussion with them.
Is that what you want?
Yes.
Any other questions? Because, for
But-
these
But,
witnesses?
but we've answered all of the 4
questions.
pertinent questions.
Okay, I just want to make clear, this is a statutory process. The statute does not allow for reconsideration. You can adjourn to a date and time certain, if you so choose, if you're not going to vote on it today.
So if Dr. Garcia wants to adjourn it for 2 weeks, we can. Is that under our rules?
As long as we say we're going to vote on the 21st, and at what time, right?
Yeah, you could just adjourn it to a date and time certain.
Correct. Okay. 21st, we will vote on the 21st.
Okay.
And the time will be 10 o'clock? Same time.
Okay.
Same time.
Thank you very
So there are
much.
no, I want to be real clear, there are no unanswered questions, just the agreement, the just concern with regards to the city of Dallas, the DWU, the water, et cetera.
Well, those go to the Commissioner's Court findings as to the elements. It's a straight statutory process.
No,
You
I
just
got-
have to make the full
We
findings.
got, we got
Yeah.
that, I just
We
want to make,
close the public hearing, it's done, we're ready to vote on the
Okay.
21st at 10 a.m.
Got it.
so we are recessing
Adjourning.
till
Do
the
you
two.
have to close the public hearing?
No, we're going
No,
to
we're
recess.
not.
For adjourning the
Not gonna do
public
that,
hearing?
Because if you have any more questions, I'm going to bring witnesses back to answer your questions if you have any. So I'm not going to close the public hearing.
Okay.
Well, I just want to make sure I have or I understand the deliverables here. What are any member of the Commissioners Court asking for on this matter before we vote? You're asking for all the contracts? What are you asking for?
Yes, we're asking for the agreement with the city of Dallas, obviously, all the documentation with the city of Coppell and the water rights with water utilities.
The documentation of the water rights, Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
That's fairly straightforward. I can get it to you this afternoon.
Okay.
I would appreciate seeing that too.
Okay, so we'll get that to everyone.
So, but again, listen to her about the statute, we're just recessing.
Yes.
We're not adjourning.
We're adjourning.
You're adjourning? I thought we had to
We're
recess.
not adjourning because
No.
there may be a need for a witness.
Okay.
I just
Yeah,
don't know what's going to
rec-
happen on this. I
recess.
thought we were going to vote it out today, so I'm going to recess it and bring it back. Now, you don't have to come if there's no questions, but we'll let you know.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay?
Is there anyone else that's registered to testify on the matter?
I do think, I'm just looking at this, I do think, because this is a statutory process, it's not the Commissioners Court rules.
Right.
So the statute requires adjourn.
Okay. Oh.
Okay, well, here's my concern on that, just to be blunt. I know in a situation where there's a lot of questions, and then I have created a situation where I can't have, say, Henry Billingsley come back and answer those questions. So by adjourning this, am I stopping testimony and speakers on it? If so, I'll put a presentation on 2 weeks from now about this that we'll have, I guess, before we vote on this, but
I don't believe you're stopping the ability to hear speakers if you adjourn it to a date and time certain to the next Commissioners Court
Then I'll
meeting.
adjourn it.
Hold on, Judge. This gentleman here, I don't know who he is.
Members of the commission and county judge, my name is Robert Hager. I'm the city attorney.
Okay.
What I would,
City attorney for,
city of Coppell.
okay, okay.
And what I would recommend is to continue the public hearing to a date certain, which is 10:30 on the 21st. I think then to your attorney's concerns are waylaid by that. If you just adjourn to a date certain, then you don't have to renotice it. If you close the public hearing or adjourn the public hearing, then we'll have to renotice it. And in order to avoid that, if you just make a motion to adjourn the public hearing or continue the public hearing till 10:30 on the 21st, it accomplish county judges' concerns about taking additional evidence if we need
Okay,
additional
now the
evidence.
statute, Ms. Nichols, he is an attorney saying a motion to
Adjourn.
continue, no.
Okay.
No.
To
He
continue.
said
To
continue.
adjourn, but
He
continue the
said
public
continue.
hearing.
I just want to make sure that,
If we want to continue recess to date, time certain,
right,
okay.
That, we
All right,
can
so
do that.
I'm gonna recess this
There you
until
go.
10:30 on
September
September 21st.
yeah, that's it.
That's it?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you
That's
so
it.
much.
Okay.
Nothing like having two attorneys giving the opinion on the same item.
Well, we have two doctors, so we have two attorneys, so that's.
I appreciate it. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mayor
Thank you,
Mays, for
thank you.
being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you all. All right, we have the public hearing for Parkland Hospital. Will you please come forward? Barbara?
Mr. Martin, oh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Suri.
All right. So this is our third presentation on this. You don't have all of the background material that we've gone through the past couple of times. You do have the volume slides. Those have not changed since the last presentation. And so I'll bring your attention to the income statement projections. Those have changed since the last presentation. I'll just highlight the changes. Primarily, that's because of two things. One is that on the expense side, we've had just ongoing challenges with staffing, And so we've had to do more in terms of incentives for our own staff and for contracted staff. So you'll see some increases in salaries and benefits.
To the tune of,
About $15 million.
$15 million.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
And I'll go through that on the next slide. And then you'll see some decreases in the operating revenue, and that's related to the ongoing dispute between the state and CMS on the 1115 waiver. And that's primarily the reason. I'll get into that in a minute. But if you look at the projections as they currently sit, the first column looks at our latest for 2021, and that's a net income of $259 million. We think, as we get near the end of the year, that we will solidify around that number. And then for 2022, you're looking at a hospital net income of $95.8 million. And again, I'll go into some of the changes from the last version on this slide. The first line of the net patient revenue, that is reduced. That's primarily driven by Medicare DSH, and there's an overall national pool side in Medicare DSH that gets distributed among hospitals, and that pool went down significantly. We just got notice of that, and so there's a few other factors at play, but that's primarily the reason for the $8 million variance on net patient revenue. And then the $20 million variance on government programs, that negative 20, is again, a result of the dispute between the state and CMS.
Hold on, doctor.
Yeah.
And I've got so many things going on. Can I get a motion to open the public hearing?
I do, so move.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by using sound of voting.
Aye.
Those who oppose, same sign. Thank you. We didn't open the public hearing. I'm making notes. Okay, gotcha.
Sorry.
Continue.
So the $20 million variance in government programs, again, is related to the dispute between the state and CMS. And essentially, CMS has revoked their approval of the 1115 waiver that the prior administration gave to the state, and has suggested that the state continue the district program for one more year while they get a chance to work that out. That would be a positive for us if the district program were continued. But an offset to that would be part of this upper payment limit program, a supplemental payment that the state had used to backfill district, and that would be the assumption if the state didn't go forward with that, that would be a negative for us. The offset of the positive and negative that we're estimating would be $20 million, a difference to the negative. If the state does pursue that upper payment limit program, which is essentially an add-on for the fee-for-service Medicaid program, then we would see that number improve significantly by $50 million. If the state does not approve it, it would go down by $50 million. So we've just hedged on that because we don't know what the answer is on that program. So that $20 million could stay. It could get a little. It could get a little better. It could get a little worse. But we think it's the best information that we have right now while this thing is an active play between the state and CMS. On the operating expense side, Commissioner, you already asked about the salaries and benefits and that amount, that $15 million. That's primarily related to contract labor and nursing incentives. There's some other smaller items in there, but
and cultural competency. But we'll talk more about that. Yeah.
But that item itself is more related to kind of the workforce issues themselves, and
and we've had this conversation, Dr. Cerise and his team. At the end of the day, as I said, I appreciate having to deal in the marketplace with regards to compensation. I get that. I get the fact that he's competing with individuals who are able to go into the marketplace and probably do better compensation-wise. But I still say a lot of what goes on in institutions You cannot discount the kind of cultural competency that pervades the environment, and people just, saying, hey, I've had enough. And so that's what I'm saying. And I did go through, Dr. Malaise, the entire cultural competency piece this weekend with some scratch-offs. But, it's still, 15 million is probably appropriate for what's going on in the market. I get that. But still, at the end of the day, Parkland has got to deal with the cultural competency or the environment to be able to maintain individuals there as opposed to just saying, hey, we can throw money at it. Go ahead on, Doc.
And then the final adjustment was around depreciation, and that was just an adjustment based on changes to the cost estimates, and that's the $2.6 million adjustment. So all of those total is a $42 million reduction in net income, and so the 138 that we had in our prior version now moves to roughly 96 million in net income. So still a reasonable bottom line, just not as favorable as it was in the prior version. As you play that out into future years, what you'll see is a reduction because those changes this year compound over the next 5 years. And so if you look at the bottom line on days cash, and you remember Rick Humphreys would explain that we target 90 days cash. There's nothing magic about that number, but it's a responsible number to shoot for, and we remain at that level out into 2024, close to 2025, at which time we fall below that. We think, and then in 2026 at just under 50 days cash, we think the time between now and then is sufficient to allow us to address those issues. But you do see how, the last version we brought you, that days cash was about 74 days, and now it's at 50 days, and that's the compounding of these uncertainties this year. Our work in the coming years is and we're very active right now, is work with the state, be close to the state and federal negotiations, understand what's going on there, so that we can ensure as those issues get sorted out, that we have the supplemental funding we need to continue the services. And we feel like we've been able to do that over the past few years, and that's going to be the work going forward. So that 49 days is addressed before we get out to 2026. But that's where we are right now. That's on the, on the supplemental funding side. Obviously, on the operation side, if we're seeing those not materializing, then we've got work to do on the expense side of the equation. And but we do feel like the time period is sufficient to allow us to address that.
Well, what you got to do on the expense side, again, is deal with the turnover, and I know you said that you're probably right at what's going on in the marketplace. I'll take it that means you're still about 500 nurses down with regards to a workforce.
We've got about 480 vacancies, right?
Well, 480, 500, tit for tat. But anyway, I guess, I don't know what's going on in terms of nursing, and that you've heard me talk about this before. I've had this concern, but what are we doing in terms of, and I know you're paying recruiters. Well, I guess on the nurses' side, you're paying recruiters. I know you're paying it on the coding side, so I'll assume you're paying it on the nursing side as well.
Paying what?
Recruiters, I'm sorry.
Recruiters, oh.
Recruiters. Are you?
Yes, we're paying contract agencies to bring in additional nurses. The state is now also providing those as well. We have about 130 combination nurse and respiratory therapy from the state pool now, that they've started to do that again over the past few weeks.
Okay. And again, the reason I again continue to ask and is because of what's going on at Prairie View in terms of a large nursing corps. In fact, probably the largest nursing corps in the A&M system, according to the chancellor. So I've said this to Parkland before. What are our tentacles? What are we doing in terms of outreach into that university?
Yes, we have been active in that space. We've reached out, we've had sessions with the HCBUs. Now, some of that has been sort of, we haven't been able to do the same outreach during COVID. Before COVID, we had events on campus and we were doing outreach with those. So that's very much on the radar screen of our talent acquisition team. So that's something that that our group is working with those universities.
Does anybody publish, you know, and I appreciate sentiments, but does anybody publish what is that outreach? As a result of that outreach, what is the reservoir?
We can get you some of those. We can get you some of those stats, Commissioner. Again, that's something that our group has taken on and has gotten much more active with. And then COVID hit, and a lot of the big events you can't do, but the ongoing recruiting is still happening. Right now, in nursing, the big challenge is how many new nurses you can bring on at the same time. You can't. It takes time because you can only absorb so many new nurses and have that mix of new and seasoned nurses. But I can get you some stats on the outreach.
What does that look like if you got 500 vacancies? What's your?
Well, that was part of our market adjustment was to recognize more years of service so that we can be more competitive for people that have more years of service to try to recruit some more seasoned nurses. So we're trying to get a blend of experienced people to match the new hires, the brand new hires.
So then the 130 nurses from the state, the respiratory nurses, do they then bring down the 480 vacancies?
They substitute for that because they're temporary. So, there's a number of things we do to account for that. One is, we've got a number of incentive programs, get people to pick up extra shifts, so it's a combination of factors to get more hours out of the people we have. Pull in people that maybe in non-clinical roles into clinical roles with incentives, bring in external people. And then, in reality, always have some number of vacancies because of just natural turnover. So, I would imagine a couple of hundred of those are I don't know what we normally sit at, but it's probably somewhere around there.
So what does that 130 look like in terms of, so the state is just sending them in, they're not charging back against you, or respiratory, are they charging back against you?
No, sir.
They're not charging back against you. So, and those are nurses versus, there's a difference between respiratory therapists and nurses. So what's the?
It's a combination of ICU nurse, regular medicine surgery nurses. We've got about a dozen or so labor and delivery nurses in there, and then about 20 or so respiratory therapists in there. So it's a mixture.
So are you having to move some of your labor and delivery? Because I looked at your numbers and they're pretty much flat.
You mean the deliveries?
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. They're pretty much flat. The nursing is a challenge there, just like it is everywhere else. And so, in all the hospitals around town, we've gotten into spots where we've had to. We've had requests for transfers in, we've had requests for transfers out, and every time you interact with another hospital, it's pretty much the same story. Everybody is stretched right now.
Okay.
Yeah, tough.
Okay.
This is our capital budget, and you can see it's made up of a combination of the facilities is kind of our routine facilities issues, the strategic initiatives at $54.5 million. That's primarily made up of funding for demolition of the old hospital site, the move out of one of our big administrative spaces at the Chase Building on Harry Hines. That lease is coming up, and so we need to move out of that space, and then some smaller non-recurring items like interventional radiology machines, some transfer equipment for nursing, but that makes up over 50 million of that 54, that strategic initiatives are kind of one-time things. And then you can see the balance being IT and medical equipment, which is more like routine annual replacement.
So what we have today for mod number 5th amendment to the lease agreement on Elmbrook is part of this offset. That's on, it's on our agenda today. So I just wondered, is that part? It's not? Okay. Yes, no, yes. I thought I heard yes and no.
Which one is that, Bill? Do you want to?
This is 7920 Elmbrook. It said modification number 5, 5th amendment to the lease agreement. And I just, since you were talking about exchanging, I just wondered if that was part of.
Is that the EPO? It's not part of the capital.
It's not part. Go ahead on.
Beal Carruthers, Parkland.
Okay.
It's not part of the capital for the budget.
Oh, okay.
It's an ongoing operational expense.
Lease, right. But I guess what I was asking about in terms of the capital, is this anticipated or is it just an ongoing?
It's anticipated within there.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And then this is our assumption on tax revenue. It's our understanding that valuations will be at about 7%. What we are seeking, and we have built into the budget, is a tax revenue increase of 4%, which means that the rate would go down from 0.2661 to 0.255. And, you know, that's something that we've tried to do over the past few years, is try to keep a steady 4% to keep up with medical inflation. And I know you're aware over the past few years that's resulted in a reduction in the actual rate. And that's the conclusion of my presentation. I'd be happy to take any other questions that you have.
Thank you very much for keeping the Parkland on an even keel in a very turbulent situation.
Thank you.
And for the assumption, Dr. Cerise, the reality is that, you know, Parkland will continue to need, you know, funds to operate. And we can see in your projections that this is very good for today, but it will probably change in the future. So thank you again. We look forward to see you in 2 weeks.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks also for
And
including
we'll
living
follow up
wage.
with that information.
Yes, I'll get you the recruitment information. Okay.
Thank you both for everything you've done with the COVID vaccination. Dr. Cerise, Dr. Malaise, we really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Fred, thanks for including a living wage in your budget. So after this budget passes, every Parkland employee, any type, will make the, what is it, the mass
Living wage, 15 and a quarter.
MIT living wage, which currently is $15.23. They'll make more than that, but $15.23 here in Dallas.
Well,
So that's
thank
great.
you. Thank you for the support.
Thank you very much.
All right. This takes us
Can we take just a few minutes?
to, yeah, we need to do our public comments. So,
We haven't done the rest of the docket.
yeah, is there a motion to I don't think we ever opened the public hearing.
We opened the public.
Did we?
Yeah, I opened the public hearing. Yeah, that's what we did.
You
But
remember that?
huh? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I opened it. No, I remembered and I stopped
Okay.
and opened.
Are there any public comments? Please come forward. We've already read our rules of decorum, so good morning.
May I remove my mask? Because I noticed that it's hard to hear.
Can you talk in the mic?
Hold on, Michelle.
May I remove my mask? Because I notice sometimes you can't hear people who are speaking.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you. I'm suggesting about a $10 million pilot program for hydrochloroquine. Hydrochloroquine has been around 65 years and is demonstrated to be effective on malaria and also with COVID-19. I believe it's time to offer the public a change. Instead of an injection, hydrochloroquine is a pill. Our former president has recommended it, and maybe this is not a good endorsement, but Donald Trump said that we have nothing to lose with hydrochloroquine. Again, it's been used successfully for 65 years on millions of patients. It was used in the Vietnam War on millions of soldiers. In a international poll of 66,000 doctors in 30 countries, 37% rated HCQ as the most effective therapy for COVID-19. The poll was done by CIRMA, the world's largest healthcare data collection company and social platform for physicians. In Spain, where the drug was used by 72% of doctors, it was rated by 75% of them as the most effective therapy for COVID-19. As reported by Highwire July 2nd, 2020, French scientist and prize-winning infectious disease expert Didier Rouleau is quoted as saying, failure to prescribe HCQ to a COVID-19 patient is grounds for malpractice. Meanwhile, the medical journal, The Lancet, University of Oxford investigators, Dr. Fauci et al. Claim the drug is useless and shouldn't be prescribed. So we have two ends of the spectrum here. It's been proven 65 years, and these so-called medical experts, maybe in some areas, say it's been ineffective. Keep in mind that back in 2013, Fauci promoted the use of HCQ in the treatment of MERS and other types of COVID similar to SARS and the Wuhan flu. When history, and I'm quoting an article, and I'll be speaking about this in more detail later. Dr. Fauci will go down as one of the greatest murderers of our day, writes Jim Huff for the Gateway Pundit. Dr. Vladimir Zelenko, a primary care physician in Monroe, New York, is quoted as saying that those who deny the effectiveness of HCQ are guilty of mass murder. Dr. Jancy Lindsay, managing director of toxicology and molecular biology, called the CDC in April 2021 to have COVID vaccine production and distribution ceased, citing fertility, blood clotting concerns, and immune escape. Dr. Lindsay explained to the committee the scientific evidence showing that the COVID vaccines are not safe, and we're talking about long-term. So I believe a pilot program for in the order of 10 million will be successful, and I encourage that to be looked at. Thank you very much.
You're out of time. All right, are there any other public comments? Are there any other public comments? Are there any other public comments?
I move that the public hearing for the Parkland FY '22 budget be closed.
Second.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Next up is our consent agenda, pulling sheriff's personnel for a separate vote. Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Is there a motion on sheriff's personnel?
So moved.
Second.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
No,
I will abstain.
but there's light in the horizon.
All right, and so that passes 2-1. And next we have bids are next on our agenda. Is there a motion on the bid?
Move the award of the bids. That's only two.
Yes, second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next we have court orders number P1 through P44 and addendums 45 through 54, pulling 2, 6, 7, 28, and 30.
I pulled 17 only because I want to comment.
Okay.
2, 6, 17, 7, 17, 28, and 30? Judge, is that what you
Yes,
said?
that is correct. Do you want to make a motion?
Hold on, Judge, let me just
No,
check.
she wants to pull 31
2,
Right?
for 2 weeks.
31 is for 2 weeks, yeah.
Correct. Okay, let me say that again.
correct.
This is a motion for the orders that we're going to vote on in mass, and so that would be all orders, P1 through 54, pulling 2, 6, 7, 17, 28, 30, and 31.
Oh, and I think I had requested 28 just because I have a question on.
28's been pulled.
Oh, okay, great, thank you, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
6, 7.
Okay. And I'll make a motion on those.
Okay, motion from Price,
And 31.
Second.
Second from KOCH. Any unreadiness on those? Do you know Dr.
We want to make comments. We have comments on some of the items, right, Judge? Okay. Can we go for comments, Judge, now on items? Okay. I want to mention to Dr. Huang, and he knows this, on item number 14, the temporary nursing workforce expansion initiative, the need for continue to have bilingual personnel. He is aware of that. Same thing. Okay, hold on. This item hasn't been pulled, so.
Talking about 17.
I was talking about 14.
Well, no, you're talking about 14. But
Now we're moving into agenda item number 21. The same thing is the human resources, the disaster leave call to duty. I mean, this is good that we have that policy. Thank you. We also have agenda item number 22, the white Hispanic services. I mean, I hope that that really makes a difference on the way we market an agreement, the diversity that we have in Dallas County. So thank you so much to Mr. Wilson. What else do we have a comment on? We already took out the irrigation. There was the one in elections. Number 45. No, sorry. This is number 52. The selection of election judges, early voting ballot board, signature verification committee, and central counting station personnel. This comes from the election department. I mean, I was just shocked and amazed about the fact that we have committees with absolutely no Latino representation in a time and era where Dallas County is 42% Latino. So I did talk to Ms. Noble, our new Dallas County Democratic Party chair. In the past, I mean, I have recommended some people that would like to serve in these committees. Obviously because of the weekend, I was not able to contact a lot of people, but I talked to Ms. Noble, and I wasn't able to talk to our Republican Party chair, but I would like for both parties to work in conjunction and be able to bring diversity into these committees. Elections are very important, and obviously it's a right and a duty, and we need to be sure that everybody is represented in this committee. So I have the opportunity to talk to two candidates that they're looking into serving. I talked to Mr. Scarpello as well, and he said he would like this item to move due to the fact that we're moving close to the elections, and I wouldn't like to, slow the process. So I will be supporting this item, Judge, but, with the understanding that we will have a Latino representation in the signature verification committee and the central counting station personnel.
Well, and in fact, during Commissioner's Court Day, I think your calls did some good, because I've received some questions from a very well-respected Latina lawyer who's been asked to take over as presiding officer of the presiding judge at the central count station. And wanted thoughts on her doing that. So I don't want to say who it is, since they hadn't accepted the job, and I think...
Well, and I have other candidates as well, Judge, so I guess our job will be sure that we give them to both parties, and
Sure.
And we move on, and if that's okay with my colleagues, sure, I will be sending those names.
Any other comments on the non-pulled court orders?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions, comments. On number 6, which is the Dallas County Irrigation District 1, how are the members of that board selected?
That's what we just discussed, Commissioner.
I'm sorry?
It's what we just discussed. They have to be landowners, they have to be over 18, they have to be, not have any criminal record.
And so it's people who have had an interest in it, is that how the five?
It'll be landowners.
They have to be the owners.
They have to be landowners, over 18, no tax debt, and resident of the state. So they don't necessarily have to reside in, but they
So
have to
who
be.
picks them?
They just.
They just get together.
Yeah, they just put the whole package together for the Cypress Water.
So they pick their own, I was just
Yeah,
curious.
yeah, no, no, yeah.
Because I saw the criteria, but I didn't see how the individuals were picked, and then, at least one of them, Mr. Billingsley, is
Yes,
here.
Well, and by virtue of the fact that they own all the, yeah, they're gonna be the board.
Yeah, I was just wanted to know how they were picked.
Yeah.
Judge, Commissioners, on item 45, you notice it's a blank in 45, that you have to pick two names to fill into those blanks.
So number 6.
Okay? On item 45, I asked Mrs. Scarpello to put it back on the agenda to give you a chance to name by court order the
Yeah.
chair and the vice chair of the SEAC. So there are blanks here for you to tell who they are, so we can fill them in so he can know.
Okay, and then Dr. Garcia earlier said, the DO, and you said, did you say?
Well, she said that she called the new.
Eric Cedillo was the chair, will be the chair, and who was the vice chair, Commissioner?
Miss,
Forgot. And I read this. Hold on.
it wasn't to me.
Is it Denard
No.
for the vice? Okay. Who?
No, it was the lady we just appointed, there was a clerk.
Because the names, there's Camellia Bordeaux, Elaine Campbell.
No.
She just got appointed. The
Just
chair
got
will be Eric Cedillo, and
Right.
I believe the vice chair, it was going to be Walt.
Oh, I got so much.
I thought it was Walter Hobson. Commissioner Koch, do you remember?
No, it was.
What now?
Do you remember who was going to be the vice
I got
chair?
it.
And you sent us the email. You sure did.
I did. I'm sorry, I got it. Got too much stuff going on.
I know.
I had another question too on number 47, which is the Dallas Real-Time Rapid Rehousing.
Yeah.
And on page 3 of that agreement, it states that funds from Dallas County will be passed over to Dallas City.
What was that?
And the question was, because of the agreement between Dallas County and Dallas City and CARES Act funds and in the APR funds up to this point,
Elaine Test
people
County.
were, the city of Dallas would
It's a
provide the
joint.
service for city of Dallas residents, and Dallas County would for the rest. With the Dallas County giving the funds over to the city of Dallas, do all Dallas County residents, would they all still be eligible for services? Okay, because that wasn't really spelled out, and I wanted to make sure that in fact the rest of the county was.
Commissioner, just for the record, just make sure the record reflect this. The chair will be John Cedillo, and the vice chair will be Elaine Tess-Campbell as the vice chair for the SEAC committee.
Correct. I mean, the chair is Eric Cedillo,
Yeah,
the
where was
vice
that?
chair,
Yeah, I never
Elaine
got
Test
anything
Campbell.
on 45
Commissioner.
regarding.
Where was that?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I don't think we did not get anything regarding the individuals who are going to be selected.
Well, there is no, that's the idea of the court order number 5 is for you, they're blank, for you to decide among yourself who you want the chair and the vice chair to be, because by statute you have to designate them. Only you can do that.
Right.
And so the nomination came forward from Dr. Garcia to name Mr. John Eric
Cedillo.
Cedillo as the chair
And Elaine
and
Campbell.
Elaine Tess-Campbell as the vice chair.
And it was in agreement with the group as well.
Right.
So, okay.
But 2 of us didn't know about it. Okay.
No.
They said
They
this at
said
the
that.
last court.
We had
They
it in the
said-
last commissioner's
The
court.
last commissioner's court, they said, what do we think about these two? And I know I said, well, that's fine with me.
Okay.
But
Right. There were verbal conversations, but we had to put it in the record in writing. So that's where we brought it
this
back.
was our commissioner's court.
And they couldn't put it until we voted on it.
And I-
But
and
we
I-
discussed this.
I know both of them. You know, Eric Cedillo's in charge of that deal at the high schools where they register
Okay.
kids to vote. And Elaine Campbell is, you know, I know her because she's active
But-
in a thing called Funky East Dallas Democrats or something, but both of them are real competent people.
And the information about it was sent like 3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
And they discussed it as well, right, Mr. Heiko? Yeah. So
That's
it
what
was,
they
it
want.
was
That's
not,
what this group wants.
it was not Commissioner Price and I elected. Okay?
Great, okay, so is there any unreadiness or further comments? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Well, I just have one more comment, and this is about the Treasury, about the Treasurer's report. You know, as always, you know, we all know that it's not easy. I mean, the economy has not been easy, and I just want to give kudos to Honorable Pauline Medrano. I mean, the interest balance was over $30 million, which, you know, was lower than last time, but nevertheless good. So, thank you, Honorable Medrano.
I'm going to give you all a chance to vote on that again. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next takes us to court order number 2, the elected officials' salaries.
I'll move number 2.
Your second? That dying for lack of a second?
I have questions about this.
Okay.
Too late to ask the questions?
It doesn't have a second, so.
It doesn't have a second, so if someone wants to second it for
For
discussion.
for purpose
or
of
not-
discussion, yeah.
If you want a second,
I'll
Commissioner
second for
Dan?
discussion.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
As I understand it, I mean, there are two different things going on. One of them is that there are, this is essentially a COLA at 2%, and it would be for all staff across, every member of the staff, including the 26 elected officials. The second part of what determines salaries is the salary rate. And up to, I've only been here 8 years, but every budget, there has been a recommended salary increase for staff, with elected officials being included in that until last year's budget, where the 26 elected officials were separated out, and the vast majority of employees then received a salary increase, but the 26 elected officials did not. And my
Dr.
question on
Watkins.
this is,
Go ahead, continue.
my question on this is that I think that we've spent a lot of time and effort in equity across Dallas County in our salary makeup. What this effectively will do is that, because it addresses the COLA part, but not the salary and raise part, that the 26 individuals will, over time, their salaries will decrease compared to similar types of salaries in other departments. Therefore, I guess the question is, first of all, is that an accurate assessment?
So as far as the budget, this was addressing the, across the board, we called it a personal consumption expenditure, and that was part of the policy that was passed right before July. And it was addressing some of the things that occurred the previous 2 years, where it was separated out, where the elected officials were separated out. This was I thought, a good step toward that direction to make sure everyone was included as far as the policy. So it's a 2% across the board, and it included elected officials. And so that's part of what this is as far as the statute, because we still have to follow the statute, and we still have to give notice and get a commissioner's court approval.
Right. No, I appreciate that, and I understand the intent, but the result is going to still be that as time goes on, that the number of elected officials who are in essence department heads will not be getting the the same raises or the same increase in salary. Therefore, as time goes on, they are going to drop down compared to other department heads.
Well, elected officials are not department heads, and you're not even considered employees, to be honest. You're elected officials. So you're separate because of that. And because of that, we have to do this with your salaries. You guys are free to give yourself whatever salary you want, as long as 3 of you vote for it. So, I mean, at some point, if you want to, we can put on here, you guys can make whatever you want. But the 3 of you would have to vote for that. So there's really not an inequity, because this is what you guys approve for your salaries.
I guess I'm still looking at what is the result of what we do. And just to talk a minute, that there is a result in what we do, and that over time, and I would beg to differ, that our treasurer, she is a department head. She is
Not by law.
effectively, she is a department head.
By law, you guys are separate. You guys are elected officials. You're not considered.
I understand that, but effectively, she runs the Treasury Department, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And
As an
so-
elected official, not as a department head, though.
Correct. That's a difference.
That's-
Commissioner.
No, I understand that there is the difference in the definition of what, but what the point I would be making, that as they come in every day, they work a full day's management of that department. They make decisions as a manager of that department would. And that at the point, was it 8, 9 years ago, that there was the attempt to address department salaries and to see that there would be some kind of equity about what payment would be. And that this kind of an action goes contrary to that, in that over time, the elected officials who are in these positions will slide in respect to the range of salaries across Dallas County for similar positions.
What does it represent for 26 elected officials?
For this, 2% is about 48,000 for the COLA.
Excuse me,
For
say
the-
that again?
For the elected officials, it's like 48,000 for the COLA that's listed here.
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir.
$48,000 of $1 billion budget, okay. I got it. But my motion stands. If it dies, it dies. But $48,000. You can take me, hell, I can take mine. I'll do like my rich colleagues. I'll donate my 2% to a charity. But that, I just think we have some folks, even in this COVID situation. That's the reason I was saying what I said earlier. I mean, they may be elected officials, but at the same time, hopefully they're showing up for work every day. And if they're not, we should be charging their ass up. That's my point. But, I've seen a lot of them work.
If I don't show up every day, you can fire me. If y'all don't show up every day.
If I could fire them, I'd fire them.
But the
Nothing we
bottom
can do
line is
except
that they
4
do
years
come to
from now.
work every day. They do run that department. They do make those decisions. And I would contend
Guys,
in the
this is
conversations
about-
I've had, that each one of them says, I'm as much a worker in Dallas County as any other department head is, except that I am being separated out and not being recognized for the efforts that I have put forward. And there is the other part, as has been referenced too, that if you choose not to accept the salary increase or the COLA, that's a choice that you've always had.
So we have to publish it, Dr. Daniels? We have to publish the elected official salary. So I guess I'm not following. Are you saying that you don't want this on, or that you want to approve it?
If this precludes and says that, oh, you guys are okay, you've been addressed, even though, 21 of those positions continues to slide down in comparison to other department heads.
Well, the reality
Well, this
is
one is on the-
that, colleagues, as much as we know we all work very hard. We are elected officials, and even when it's a minimal percentage right now in a pandemic, when people are talking about a new job, minimal $15 an hour, $46,000 a lot of money. So,
No, I don't minimize that part of it, but I have a very difficult time looking at people who work very hard for Dallas County and looking them in the eye and saying, no, your efforts aren't as valuable as other people. And I would beg to differ with that.
so you have a motion and a second, Judge.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Or any opposed?
No.
No.
So just for the record, we do have, the elected officials have 5 days to appeal this, and so then we'll have to set up a emergency meeting and appeals and all of that. And so this is still within the time frame of approving a budget by September 21st.
And I'm abstaining from this, and I'll be the judge in their
On what
hearing.
now?
I'm going to abstain because I'm the judge in the hearing of these elected officials who will come before us.
Oh, on the salary deal?
Yeah.
Well, nobody's gonna come before it.
Okay.
So the salary will
Well, in
remain.
that case,
what they
in
were.
that case, I'll vote no. I'm just trying to be fair to everybody. I'll vote no, so whatever it is. All right,
So
next,
for the records, we need to remove, for the publication, I need to remove the 2% as far as the publication, correct? Okay.
And that's the 2% for everybody?
No, that's the 2% just for.
It's
elected
just, this was just
Just for the
elected
elected officials, once again.
all right, so, so that takes us to number 6, appointment.
6 was pulled for 2 weeks by,
Oh, you're right, and I'm pulling 7 for 2 weeks, and that takes us to 17.
You pulling what for 2 weeks?
Hang on a second, let me think for a second. Do I need to abstain? How do we know somebody's going to?
Do what?
Never mind.
6 was
It's
pulled
fine.
for 2 weeks.
Okay, I'm checking my transcript, that's, 7 is my certification thing. 17 is the third notice of grant award, something about,
Yeah, I pulled it, I'll,
Sorry, Commissioner?
huh?
Which item are
No,
you?
17, only for discussion, because I want some clarity
Okay.
that's not in the documents. And if somebody wants to move it, that's fine, I'm not against it, I just want, let me move 17.
Second.
Okay, got a motion 17.
there was some lack of clarity in that document.
You're right, because what I'm trying to find out, with regards to the carryover funds, are we,
What we talked about.
I'm 17, ending the HIV epidemic, a plan for America. And what I'm trying to find out is, with these funds, the carryover, is the funding inside, or is the funding for community engagement?
Yeah, so this
Yes,
is just carrying over unspent funds from the last year's budget.
I know.
And it'll be used for subrecipient contracts. The community-based organizations that
Okay.
we've already
Okay,
identified, as well as
stop,
some of the
stop.
media and messaging.
Okay, so it will be used for community engagement?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, what I want now is a timeline, because there have been plenty of people in the community reaching out. So now that you've clarified that, I want a timeline on the community engagement. That's all.
Sure. Actually, this will allow us to quickly get the money out.
I got it. Hey, I'm fine. I've been answered. Call the question.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. This now takes us to court order number 28.
yeah, 28 I just was pulling out there because it looks like we have the wrong reference order.
Have a what?
So it references, both in the text and attached, is the Homeland Security Emergency Management purchase of mortuary rack and Merck systems. But how is this grant attached to
The purpose of briefing this grant is to accept funds and approval to create one part-time position for an office support clerk 2 for the grant term beginning October 21 through September 30, 2022. So how is a grant regarding mortuary racks tied to get a grant on the funding of an office support clerk 2?
I don't know. I think what if Doug Bass is watching this online, is there a way for people to zoom in and?
I just got a feeling this was the wrong reference.
Probably the wrong. I know there was a grant for the clerk, and that's what's paying for her.
Yeah, but but this is not the right grant, I don't
The wrong
think.
number.
Yeah.
Is there a way for somebody to zoom in and talk to us?
Judge, I'm here.
Okay, tell us about 28.
Okay, that was put on the agenda so that we could advertise this part-time grant-funded position starting for a position starting October 1st. It has to do with a cybersecurity requirement that was placed on our grant.
Does Mr. Bates have video?
The concern, though, Doug, is Commissioner KOCH is feeling that perhaps you put the wrong number in because.
Okay, does Mr. Bates have video?
Bass?
Oh, sorry, Bass.
I'm here.
Okay, perfect.
So Doug, the concern is not that somebody else is paying for us to have more help. It's that perhaps we put the wrong grant on there because he looked at the number and it deals with a mortuary rack.
That could have happened, Judge, in the haste to get this on. The budget office actually briefed this for us, so I'm sorry. Give me a recourse.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem, that in the background information, it's referencing this 2021-0253, and it properly has 2021-0253, but that has nothing to do with what you're requesting here.
No, I think that was an error in briefing it. This doesn't have anything to do with the mortuary grant. That grant was previously working with the medical examiner's office to provide them some additional space. This has to do with cybersecurity, so it could be a wrong reference.
Okay, well.
So but we need the right application, right? We need the right order for where we applied.
Veronica's on the phone, so they're going to amend it on the fly here to give you the right number.
Well, who is Commissioner
I
catching that?
thought someone on my staff called about this too, because I thought.
Well, Veronica's getting them in.
Oh.
It could be, of course, Labor Day weekend, budget off. We gotta pass it today for them to advertise so they can get somebody so that she can start work, or he or she can start work on
That was
October 21st.
All right, wait a second. The court order should have been 2021-0287.
Okay.
Is that
Let's
right?
do an amendment of that to 2021, say it again, please? Make the amendment.
I make an amendment to the background information regarding the application for the grant. That grant application court order was 2021-0287.
Okay. All right, well, we don't have time because we have to get the lady or man.
Can you just amend the record right now?
Yeah, that's what he just did. He just made a friendly amendment that, let's see, who moved and seconded? Oh, nobody, who moved and seconded this?
No, nobody.
I think
Nobody, we haven't.
Oh, we just started talking about it.
I moved it.
And I second, with the amendment that
You
Commissioner
second it
Koch
with the
read
amendment.
into the
Hearing none,
record.
readiness? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. Next is 30.
30, I definitely move, Mr. Tamaya, I moved it first.
Well, I'm gonna have to say that, I mean, I am going to support it because of Mr. Tamayo's elaborating on the record, that is historically significant, Mr. Tamayo.
Well-
And because the reality is, we're just giving them an extension on this.
Yeah, but also the hospitality industry, when we look, has been, Mr. Tamayo, you can come forward, has been impacted by COVID, probably unlike any other industry. And this was reasonable. We sat down, we went through it. We looked at the numbers, not only in this area, across the state, across the country. And so, Mr. Tamayo, I'll yield to you.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you, and for those who are celebrating, happy Rosh Hashanah. Thank you for supporting this. We do have representatives of the Westdale on to speak if necessary, but I do thank you for supporting this.
Right. Well, and as I said, the industry has been impacted. This is not as though, that we can't justify this going.
No, I think the justification is there, Commissioner Price. My reservation was that, this will open Pandora's box in the future, but I understand this, the significance, I understand the economic impact, and more importantly, the historically part. So,
Thank you.
thank you, I will be supporting.
Thank you. Call the question, Judge.
All right.
You do have speakers on this item, Judge.
Well, they got speakers on it that if they need to be, but okay, you can call them.
Okay. Let's see about our speakers.
Well, are they again clear? Yeah, Mr. Tommy, Mann.
Tommy Mann. Tommy Mann online?
Yes, I am, Judge, and our whole team is just here for questions.
Okay, and would that also be true of Laura Hoffman?
Yes, sir.
All right, and would that also be true of Jeff Cohen?
Yes.
And
Michael
Mueller?
Yep.
Yes. Yes, okay, great. If there's no unreadiness, we can take a vote on that, all those.
Hold on, Barbara's got some.
If they're going to participate through the meeting, they'll need to be both audio and video.
No, they just
They only
said,
want to speak if we have any questions, and we don't have any questions. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next, we have number 31, which has been pulled for 2 weeks. So this takes us to our public speakers. Give me just a second. Yes, it did. Okay. And let's go through those here in a moment. All right. Our first public speaker is Dolores Phillips. So let me look at the paper and tell me that.
yeah, that's Florida.
Dolores Phillips.
There you go.
I got it. Miss Dolores Phillips? Miss Dolores Phillips. Our next public speaker is Mr. Ashraf Saeed. Ashraf Saeed. Mr. Ashraf Saeed. Our next speaker is Miss Ulfa Thur.
No,
Here?
no.
Ulfa Murr. Ulfa Murr. By the way, if I'm calling your name and you're having any kind of technical difficulty and you're speaker online, just get on whenever you can. Raise your hand, make sure we see you, and we will make sure to get you during this public speaking time. Our next speaker is Mrs. Geetha Menamazi. Mrs. Geetha Menamazi. Ms. Geetha Menamazi. Our next speaker is Reverend Alexander Stein. Reverend Alexander Stein. Reverend Alexander Stein. Our next speaker is Miss Mabel Jasper. Mabel Jasper. Mabel Jasper. Our next speaker is Mrs. Michelle Wigington. Mrs. Michelle Wigington. You see her? Go ahead, Miss Wigington.
Okay, there we go. Good afternoon. Again, I'm back regarding the DUAS. I still haven't been able to speak to anybody. Commissioner Koch, last message I left you, I was in tears because the fire marshal's office had told me they'd been instructed not to speak to me, and they wouldn't tell me what I should do if the officer comes back. Last time you talked to me, you told me that you would try to keep him from poking at me, but that he's lawfully allowed to be at my house. Since then, you have completely disregarded me. I got more information off Facebook from you responding to a random Facebook comment saying that the DA's office has instructed y'all not to speak to me. I'm assuming that was the same order to the fire marshals because they would not tell me who gave them that directive. That I need to hire an attorney, or that my attorney can represent me, but I'm not sure why I need an attorney to speak with my public servants. You also, on that Facebook comment, said that the officer has since retired. So if the officer was acting lawfully and reasonably, why would he suddenly retire in his early 40s? And again, this was after you guys transferred both officers from the DUAS back to the fire marshal's office from the miscellaneous equipment briefing from the beginning of July when they were purchased guns for this transfer. So it makes me really curious which gun he came to my property with on the day in question. But I'm concerned that I'm being punished for having an issue. I was home abiding the law. I waited for my septic system to get the permit. It didn't work for 9 months, longer than that, but I waited for 9 months to get that permit. And all that you guys seem to want to do is send law enforcement to my home for no apparent reason. So far, the DA has investigated the claims or my complaint against the officer. No questions have been answered. The DA has also instructed employees not to speak to me. Now the DA's office is blocking information requests. In 2017, the county fired 4 marshals and let 2 others resign after an outside investigation revealed misconduct in one of Dallas's newest and smallest police departments. This is about the marshals. 2017. The marshals have a strange structure. Technically, they are service of the county fire marshal, Robert De Los Santos. He holds state law enforcement commissions for the peace officers within the marshal's department, but De Los Santos does not lead them. Sounds familiar. It sounds like the DUAS. Judge Jenkins, you told WFFA that the county should consider eliminating the marshal services. I think so. I think by far the safest way to handle security is to have the sheriff's office handle security. There's no need for the county offices to have their own security force. That's a quote from you from 2017, and here we are in 2021 with a new small police department that you are sending to people's homes.
You're out of time. I'm sorry, but you're out of time. Thank you very much. All right, now, according to my notes, we have gone through everybody, so I'm going to read those names off one more time each for the folks who didn't answer. Make sure that if you had any connectivity trouble, you have your chance to speak. The first name is Dolores Phillips. Anybody see her on there? Okay. The next name is Ashraf Shaheed. Next name is Oltfatha Mur. Next one is Geeta Manamazi. Next one is Alexander Stein. Mabel Jasper. Jasper. All right. This concludes our public speakers. We will adjourn. Do you need something? Go ahead.
When you guys come from out of executive session, I need an amended court order for number 2 with a 0%. But I'll get that to you, Stephanie, for the elected officials. For the elected officials, I still have to publish it with the 0%.
Okay.
Okay? I'll have it ready for you.
Thank
was
you,
the final vote
thank you,
on that?
Dr. Watkins.
What was the final vote on that?
It ended up being 4-1. 4-1. Do you want to change your vote, or?
Yeah, if I may, yeah, because I support our people, and I should do that with a yes vote, even though the concept is still something I disagree with.
We can show that as a yes vote then.
Thank you.
You bet. All right, so, we will now adjourn for our closed session, to consider matters under Chapter 551 of the Government Code as previously posted. Any action of that closed session will take place in a subsequent open session. And we'll begin that closed session here in, 3 or 4 minutes.
I was going to ask you, Ms. Kraft, why is it the dark fiber? The dark fiber?
Fiber?
Yeah, never mind, that's all right, you'll catch it on the way home. Okay.
Now,
Is that just
for,
a
I
title?
will say nothing about that.
for our guest, we now do closed session in the courtroom for social distancing purposes. So
But I might rather have both.
Back on the record?
Are you there?
It was number 2. P2.
You're on the proof.
So we're back in the record number for item P2, which is an obligation on your part to make a decision, because you have to publish that to give them a chance to appeal if they want to appeal.
All
So
right,
item
we're
2.
back on the record from closed session. Before us is item P2, a order for a 0% salary increase for elected officials. Is there a motion on that order?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying
that
aye.
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 Would you restate that? Because you,
All those in,
no, but it was, I understood it was for COLA and not for a salary increase.
I believe it's for a salary increase.
Yes, that's what was on for the agenda today, Dr. Daines.
Say that again, I can't hear you.
That's what was on the agenda, P2?
Right. But it
Yes,
was
that
the
was,
COLA.
but the COLA was a salary increase, a
And that is the
2%.
only salary increase for this
Was the COLA,
budget?
2%.
Okay.
So based on the previous court order, it was not passed. But I need a court order to say that 0%, and that's what they're voting on with the amended court order, with 0%.
Are any further questions?
No.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Abstain.
All right. So
Thank
that
you.
order carries 3 to 1 to 1.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, you know what?
Didn't have a clerk.
Well, does it matter to do the whole thing over? I think we can figure it out.
No, no, that.
We need to, we're not,
You watch it? Excellent.
He was
What is, he watching?
They're watching it there.
Great. All right. No further action necessary for the court. Court stands adjourned.